Hello everyone, I was just doing funny mic testing that you'll never hear because I was muting my mic on OBS. That's right. Content you will never hear. Now then, perhaps I should actually promote this stream in a few places. It's probably not the worst idea ever. Let's see here. Share it out. It's funny how that happens, isn't it? Yeah, wow, missing content. Buffering stream? Maybe. Or is that just my internet? I think that may have just been my internet. Funny how that happens, huh? Let's see, we got 3 people in here. Hello, you 3 people. Whoever you are. I know Neve is one of them. By the way, how is my volume? Am I perfectly audible? Because I know I was listening back on some of the recent streams. I say recent. My previous Usogui recordings. Like the ones that I put up on the Discord, and then the stream that I did the other night. And I'm really quiet in a lot of them. Audio seems fine. That is fantastic. Hello, Neve. We have Frogzilla the Killer, who says hello. Hello, how are you? I don't think I've seen you in here before. I assume you're here because you're a fan of Usogui? Alright, let me switch to live chat. Good idea, me. Let's see, what will music player go to next out of like the 7 or 8? Yeah, the 7 songs I have on here. Oh, very nice, very good. So I'm wondering who we're going to be getting in here, because I know Bernice says that he might not, he might be able to join, he might not. Hello, Fine, I was just about to ping you.
I forgot I was muted.
Hey! How you doing?
I'm doing very good. Let's see, let's ping Koji, because Koji likes Usogui.
I was like, damn, Miss, why aren't you responding to anything I say? But no, muted. Damn.
Music moment.
But...
I don't know if Bernice shared this again on the Usogui server. If he did and you're here from there, hello any, Usogui people from there. I want to steal your emotes, whatever they may be. We need Usogui emotes. Or at least I need them. Oh.
What slots do we have on the server? Like 1. How many of the taking up emotes we actually use? Let's see. I've seen that one used.
My mic's too close to my mouth. It's rubbing up against my face. It's never good. We got 5 people in here. Hello, everyone. If you just hopped in and you haven't already, be sure to like the stream. Frogzilla says I think he did. Very good. Very nice. Are you from the Usogui Discord? We got 6 people in here now. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, they're all piling in. I actually do use most emotes we have. Goodness.
I'm using one of few of the Tama emotes. Like the egg one.
Why am I getting a call from my college? I don't
They
care.
wanna-
They're
They want to
fucking.
hear about
It's
Usogui.
these obnoxious
I don't
fucking
care.
automated calls where we'll get like 15 of them. Oh, this is just a test from our automated system, and they call you like 15 fucking times.
Yeah, didn't Clore manage to get like 30 in like the span of a minute in D&D session a couple of weeks ago? I think I recall that happening.
Yeah, that definitely did happen. We have Nana in here, Baku, T1. Neo says I won't be joining, but have fun, y'all. You better like the stream.
Yeah, like the
I
stream.
think you did.
Yep.
You listen, if you're gonna just hop in here for a moment
Like
to not
subscribe.
join, you better at
Tell your
least
soul.
hit that goddamn like button.
I certainly hope Neo wouldn't be joining since he's only read up to Labyrinth.
Yeah, of course. You know, why can't the anti-Neo brigade be a little more fucking productive and just bully him into doing things instead of just annoying him? Like bullying him into reading more
I did
Usogui.
that. Nah, I tried. I didn't work.
Damn. To be fair, that would probably just dissuade him from reading.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Well, he was all like, oh, the more you mention Usogui, ooh, I don't want to read anymore. Ah.
I did. Why would I not? Just making sure. We got 7 likes and 7 viewers. Wog.
Take a chair.
This
Good.
makes the Misccast.
Good.
Okay.
Hold on, I got it. I like that my visual voicemail gives me like text readings in here. No, I don't have any questions. Leave me alone. Because they're incompetent? You say that, but they're very good at annoying you. Or perhaps
Indeed.
you're just very good at letting them annoy you. I'm already dissuaded from reading it. By what?
Here we go.
I wonder if he's gonna experience like what I did. Well, like, it will be on and off until after Tower, and
That's
then
how
read
it was
everything
for me.
in like
Why
a
are you
month.
guys Koji? Why do you think?
Oh my fucking god! No way!
There's a stream going on, Misccast, which is always a discussion stream. I fucking ping Koji. He knows it's Usogui. Why are you guys in VC? Why the fuck do you think?
Oh my god! Highly intelligent specimen.
An
Yeah,
incredibly
I don't-
competent individual.
High intelligence specimen? Nah. Low intelligence. I love low intelligence specimens.
Koji, that's not what a motto is.
No, so how does this work?
Yeah, low intelligence specimen. So sad. It's incredible how easy it is. No, I don't want to gift anyone Nitro. I want to click the gift picker.
Yeah, that happens. My gift picker. Oh my god.
It's uncanny how easy it is.
Yeah, look at the cat. Pouring water over the bed.
I hate this gift so much. It looks so weird.
What, this fucking cat?
I love this kid.
No, the way the water interacts with the cat, it's not normal.
Why? It's water. What?
It doesn't feel like it.
It literally just pours on her. It's just wet pussy.
I'll take that as a yes. Yes, Koji.
Yes. Jesus.
Well, to be fair,
Christ's
we never
sake,
did say
Koji.
yes.
Okay,
Hey,
no,
Koji, how you doing?
understand. Some things you should be able to infer pretty easily given context. Such as when the Misccast episode discussing Usogui starts, we're in the stream VC while the stream's going on, and I ping Koji and the other people in the server that are big fans of Usogui. What do you think that means?
Hold on, wait. You never mentioned Usogui in the ping, but you said, yes, Usogui. And put that up.
Yeah,
Yeah, like you knew what was going on, but then you were like, why are you in VC?
Yes, Usogui. Wait,
Really enigmatic.
Wow.
He's an enigmatic entity.
I thought that I was banned from legally three nations right now.
What
for
does that
second.
mean?
What?
What does that mean, Koji?
What the hell?
What the fuck does that mean? That's the most deranged thing I've ever heard.
Really? Really?
Not the most. Everything, the most deranged stuff's come from NetBay. But you have a server? Yes, it is linked down in the description. Played like Atari says, Fine loves boys.
Is this true? Fine.
We have 10 people in here. Hello, hi, welcome. Be sure to hit that like button. If you're new, like really new, subscribe or something, I guess. Wait, is that how you pronounce Usogui? Okay, that's how I heard it pronounced. That's how I pronounce it the way I see it spelled. I've heard some people pronounce it like Usogui or something.
Osogui, who knows? Fuck it.
Usogui.
Usogui. Yeah, that's how I've heard other people pronounce it. Does anyone understand how to pronounce it?
Who knows?
I just call it lie eater.
Why would you do that?
That feels like the normal person thing to do.
No,
you
the
don't like
normal.
multiple.
If this is the normal person thing to do, then Koji should be very excited for my Friday reviews of sorcery fights.
Yeah, they love sorcery fights. My favorite. Okay,
You're gonna kill someone.
I am gonna kill Usogui. Yeah, that's what I've heard, Usogui. But it doesn't look like it's spelled that way. You're saying it correctly. Okay. No one agrees. This is apparently the first part of our discussion for today. How the fuck do you even pronounce the name of the series? Incredible.
Usogui, Osogui,
They probably say Usogui in the OVA, right?
I have
So,
no
like,
idea. I watched multiple videos of people talking about it, and they all called it Usogui.
So, like, if
And I'm
someone
like, that
can
doesn't sound
find
as good.
a clip from the OVA where they say, you know, oh, Baku the lighter, oh, like, then we can figure out the actual correct pronunciation, probably.
You see, when I see G-U-I, I don't think G, I think Gui.
Gui-hun.
Oh my god, Ji-hun. That sounds terrible. That sounds awful.
That sounds like it should be correct, though, because it's a Chinese thing. Right?
Shut up, but it's Japanese. It's a Japanese...
Look at Alan's garb.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. The words they're using are Japanese, like how Taka is Ying's name in Japanese. You understand what I'm saying here? It's Chinese in Japanese.
Alright. Fine, you win.
You're fine, you love boys. Yeah, okay,
Played like Atari seems to have this big obsession with people loving boys. Is this perhaps some kind of projection of some kind?
Alright, fine. Give us your Usogui men tier list right now.
Yeah. Your tier list of men in Usogui.
Tier list of men, Icon.
Yeah.
Perico.
Right,
Leo.
yeah.
Kiara.
Of course.
Mako.
Right.
Baku. Suichi. Lalo.
I
Get
see.
weird eyebrows. Yaakov.
I
Yo.
see. Very good, very
Yeah,
nice.
it was too low, man.
Well, I should probably try to recall how it is I was convinced to read Usogui, because I think I had originally heard about it from Fuse, because Fuse had been reading it, and Fuse like never reads anything anymore.
No, I'm pretty sure you would have first heard about it
From
through
Koji?
Bernice reading Toriko. Either that or Bernice would have mentioned it prior. But I think
How
Dotto,
I need to
when
know
he
how
was in the
long ago
server-
Bernice read it.
Oh, let's dig out that thread.
At least. You mean Toriko or?
No,
Usogui?
like how long ago did Bernice read Usogui?
Oh,
Probably like 2
that was
years.
that was before you joined the server, I think.
I mean, you could probably see it, search it up in the Shumatsu server, perhaps. I don't know.
Are you in the squirt or the cream team?
Oh, some
Pardon?
That we're getting some really. I assume this is the influx of people from the Usogui server.
No. I posted the stream link in the server I'm in.
Oh God, they're not sending
Well-
their best.
I'm not sending anyone. I didn't even see that message. What?
Well,
This is the
answer.
power of live chat.
Brother in Islam. I don't even know what that means.
You
Answer the fucking question.
answer the question.
Tell me, what does it mean?
Anyway, I'm pretty sure I recall at some point. I don't know when exactly. Maybe it was that Christmas stream or something. I remember at least Fuse insisting that I had to read Usogui. I'm pretty sure Fuse was like, we gotta get him to read it. I think Bernice was probably like, we gotta get him to read it.
Sounds about right.
And then you started reading it a little before me, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was
Yeah,
actually roughly about when
I started
your
it.
third Elden Ring stream, I think.
Started it,
Yes,
think,
I remember you commenting in the stream. Who are these fucking degenerates you're bringing in here? Fine.
No. I mean, Swell is also.
I have a question about Usogui to my brother in Islam. Fine.
Yes, that's a message in chat. You're right.
That's truly a method. I think I started it like January last year. You know, it took like a year break.
As you do with good things like Hollow Knight.
Yeah, and Berserk.
I mean, I still haven't finished that.
Oh my fucking god.
On your list, 14th of January 2021. And finished it in March 30th, 2022.
Nice.
I mean, Golden Kamuya also had like a 1 month break before I started again. So yeah.
Like a 1 month break is normal for longer things.
Don't group me with Atari.
That is... my god. So, yeah, it was around then, and I think I recall you saying in chat at some point, this has, like, Toriko level hype. And I'm like, really? Because that's a bold claim. Not many
Bold claim.
series can do Toriko hype. Hence why it's called Toriko hype. Because even other series that have hype shit have a really hard time competing.
Now,
fact-
should I phrase it like that? No.
Probably not. Was it your recency bias?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. But it is hype.
However, it is good. Very good.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's quite Toriko hype, but extremely
Still
entertaining.
good.
So, for those of you who don't know, Usogui, also known as Lie Eater, is a gambling manga about a guy named
Implications.
Madarame Baku, also known as Usogui, also known as the Lie Eater.
Also known as Bak Madaram.
Oh yes, of course. Depending
Yeah,
on your
also known
translation,
as
Yes.
Bak Madaram.
Madarame BK.
Madarame
Yeah.
BK, the man of many names.
There's too many of them.
And he likes
rid of some.
gambling a lot. He's a big fan of
Also
it. He
the
likes
guy-
gambling and he likes eating lies. So he goes
And?
into big life-threatening gambles for the sake of exposing big liars and making them soy face in shock and horror at their defeat.
And
That's
you gotta find the
Usogui.
green text.
Oh, yeah, of course. Let me read that green text to give you a good summary of Usogui. Let's see, where is it? Where is it?
I was actually in text. We just think then.
It was,
Never
but
mind,
then I
we'll
posted
stop
it
here.
again in my thread at some point. Let me...
Here.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Usogui enters a gamble. Trillions of yen are at stake. The game is thumb war. The opponent is cheating. His thumb is clearly augmented. Baku loses the first round. Our protagonist is in big trouble. The referee has lost confidence. A gambler that keeps on winning doesn't exist. Usogui suddenly gets a lot more attractive. Unwraps Karayume. Synesthesia. Close-up of his face, nose bleeding and eyes dilated. Cut to his opponent pissing himself in the corner. You are big liar. This triggers his opponent to have a flashback to his childhood. This in turn triggers Marco to have a 10-chapter fight where he unlocks Kaioken times 20. A dark silhouette appears in the distance, solving a Rubik's Cube by spinning it on his index finger. Baku is a gambler. This is all merely a trick to bait another person into a gamble. Usogui enters a gamble. There, that's most Usogui arcs summarized for you.
Let's peek.
Speaking of, I figure the most coherent way we could perhaps go about things is by just kind of going through the series in chronological order, talking about each arc.
Yeah.
Chronological order. So we start at bookstore.
Fuck you. By
No,
chronological order, I mean the release of the arcs.
No, we start at the flashback to Soichi's mother.
Right.
no,
Oh, true. Yeah.
We start to the flashback to the Edo period.
We start with the flashback to the Edo period, introducing us to the Karamete, or however the fuck you're supposed to pronounce that.
Yeah, and then we go to Fuku's little flashback to that one guy.
Yeah. Apparently Fukuro looks like a monkey because he lit himself on fire or something.
That's racist for the last time.
No! He has the face of a fucking simian. That is not a human being's face.
It's racist.
It has
What are
nothing
you
to
talking
do
about
with his
again?
race. Everyone
Fukuro.
else is fucking Japanese. He doesn't look like anyone else. Dylan says at least we can all agree that the handkerchief arc was a true and indomitable Guha moment. It's true.
Indeed. See you in the other sky, my friend.
So, I have here the Usogui wiki on fandom.com with our story arcs.
Oh, the joke wiki, my favorite.
Yes, of course.
Joking.
People Billy Craig has sat next to.
People... There's
Wait,
a
what?
list of that?
Hey, hold on, let me get a screenshot from my tracks folder. Hold on.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
No, hold on. I'll get it right now.
Oh
I
my
can move
god.
this,
By the way, is
down
my
there.
breathing very prominent in the mic? I hate when that happens. Every time I fucking breathe.
I don't hear
I haven't noticed you breathing, so I guess no.
Okay.
Yeah, here.
Yeah,
here's a
people
screenshot.
Billy Craig is sat next to: flight attendant and shock absorber.
Shock absorber. I love this name.
Well, as he says, it's a
Yeah.
good thing the shock absorber was sitting next to me.
Yeah, this is his name now. Not
So-
like guy who gets hit by a fucking motorcycle.
We begin, as all series do, with the introduction. Our introductory arc has us meet our protagonist and deuteragonist, Madarame Baku and Kaji Takayomi. Kaji is a random guy that's really bad at gambling and is in debt to the Yakuza.
Of course.
And he is saved by meeting Usogui, our main character, who,
John
unlike
Campbell.
Kaji, is a fucking god at gambling. Is so fucking good. Anytime anybody is remotely fibbing about something, he just comes along and psychologically annihilates them, and then finishes off with tearing open a pickled plum and saying, "You are a big liar." Well, initially, he just starts off with, "You're a liar, aren't you?" But then we graduate to, "You are a big liar."
Yeah, they get big.
The lies, I mean, it would make sense that the lies get bigger and bigger as things progress.
You know, more trillions of yen at stake.
Right, of course.
Yeah, 2 trillion yen at stake this time.
So the first chapter, they're in a casino doing, like, normal gambling shit. And then after that, it's just Baku fucking with people. He fucks with loan sharks. He just tricks them into thinking he's a Yakuza. Gambles on that, I guess. And then, Kaji rents a porn tape and forgets to return it. I believe that was how chapter 3 goes. So
Yeah.
they go down to the movie rental store, and Baku's basically like, "Ahaha, actually your store manager's been fucking stealing people's credit card and phone numbers and selling them to people, and that's why the customers keep getting harassed with all these fucking calls and shit. I'd bet 1,000,000 yen on it. Get rid of that
Pablo
fucking
here.
late fee on the movie. In fact, let us rent it again."
Pablo, he is here.
That's
Sure. Hold on.
that's chapter
Let's
3
look.
for you.
Yeah, baby. Come
Oh my god,
Yeah,
Mark
Chris
the Top
Podcast.
Fabricator. This series looks like it has good art. Yeah. It
Yeah,
has
help him, Pablo.
it
Progress.
has really good art progression. The early art is like good, a little goofy looking, at least in comparison to the later art.
Haven't watched or read all of it though? Why are you in here?
Surprise guest,
Yeah.
I guess.
Who?
Right.
This is
Who's
Atari,
Pablo?
supposedly.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Pablo. Yeah,
Pablo.
I forgot where he is at. I think it's like at the Labyrinth.
I recommend you leave. You know, before we get to Labyrinth. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, betting 1,000,000 yen over a late fee. Very impressive. Very impressive to
Yeah.
say the very least. Yeah, that's the introduction. That's mostly just meant to introduce you to the fact that Usogui is an extremely charismatic asshole who's extremely good at gambling.
Yeah, it's a real
and
shame
Kaji sucks at gambling.
that they never really went into details on Big Titty Scheme.
I would have liked to know more about the big titty scheme.
Like, it could have been peak.
Also, I understand that that is a thing some guys do, but watching porn with your friends is weird. Unless they
really?
were watching it for the fact that, like, this is fucking camp and funny.
Yeah, if it's like a stupid funny, yeah, then probably.
Well, it's like something I would do.
Though
Pablo
it is
is-
definitely something Fi would do. It would still be weird to me, because it's porn.
Wait, Fi would do that?
Fi likes
Wait.
reading terrible fucking dojins because she thinks they're funny.
So, like, okay, you invite a homie
Yeah.
to watch with you a movie, then you realize that it's porn.
No, you
Then
don't
you
realize
realize-
it. You this is done with the intention of we're watching
Yeah.
a pornographic film.
Why would someone do it?
I don't know.
don't
That's
know.
why it's
That's-
weird.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
That's why it's kind of strange. Anyway, once our first 3 chapters of introduction are over, we move on to our first actual arc, the Abandoned Building, which introduces the 3rd member of our main cast and is kind of like sort of setting the tone for what sort of bullshit the characters are going to have to go through. Because it's a gamble, it's not like a gambling game. They get invited to this abandoned building by an old man named Kyutaro, who is like, "Ho ho ho, I'll give you like 10,000,000 yen if you can escape this building." Or, here's 10 million yen, you can keep it if you can escape the building. Naturally, the building is filled with a bunch of death traps and hired mercenaries and the devil of the abandoned building, Rodem, who is, how do we describe him? He's a super soldier, pretty much.
Aye.
He's an
And
artificially
somehow,
altered person.
somehow Bak isn't stepped through those fucking wires on the way up the stairs to meet Kyutaro.
Well, I'm gonna assume Kyutaro led the way, or something. Maybe the wires aren't
or
set up
like-
until they're upstairs.
I think
Yeah,
maybe
I
I
think they
recall
said
that they mentioned something about being able to use an elevator, and then the elevator stopped working after the game started.
That might have been it. Yeah. Once I read this like 4 or 5 months ago.
it was like a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, the more recent stuff is much fresher in my mind. Like, everything... Actually, there was a really big gap in between me finishing Kaji's Gamble stuff and then reading Abandoned Mine. And then there was a big gap between that and then me starting Labyrinth. Steampunk says he's Captain America. Who let Captain America be in a gambling manga? Well, he's not Captain America in that he wasn't given like a super soldier drug.
He kinda
Kyutaro
was.
had been fucking around with his brain. I forget the exact method of doing it. It was sort of like a it was something akin to sensory deprivation, but using various parts of the brain. Like, you know how if you lose your sense of sight, then your sense of hearing improves? It's like doing that, but with various parts of the brain. Where it's like, fuck. I'm trying to remember exactly how it works. It was like artificial temporary atrophy that would cause increased growth and activity in other parts of the brain that would affect, like, his muscle development, his bone development, his reflexes, things like that. Naturally, doing this to, like, a random child you kidnapped from, like, fucking Vietnam or something, is really bad.
Yeah, a bit
He was
morally
basically
controversial.
torturing Marco, which is his original personality. Marco is Rodem when he's not in a murder mode, pretty much. You have Marco, who's like fairly nice and mild-mannered. He's like a little kid in an adult's body. And then you have Rodem, which is a murder demon. And Rodem is activated when Marco gets injected by a needle. That's the trigger for him. Because that was what Kyutaro was using to develop him into a super soldier anyway. So it becomes like a psychological trigger for his other personality. What in the manga fuckery is this? This is Usogui, Steam. We're talking about Usogui. You should read it. Because you obviously
really
have
good.
it. It's a tremendous series. Yes, it's over 500 chapters. It's totally worth it.
Basically, Marco has the superpower of activating drugs, basically, into a killing machine.
No, it's just
No.
he's a Jekyll and Hyde situation where like his normal personality is nice and like kind of strong, and then you have Rodem, which is fucking insane and bloodthirsty and way stronger. Rodem is one of the characters you could argue being around like top of the verse in strength, which is really funny because he's introduced in like the first 10 chapters.
Like Gojo.
Yeah, like Gojo, I guess. And he's one of the main characters. Kind of funny how that works out. The, I don't know how I put this. Power scaling of Usogui characters is neat. Because you have a bunch of these guys that are, like, really strong, and people are like, there's no one that can compare to these guys. And then you just meet various other random people that can, that are part of other groups.
Oh boy, Robert K, my favorite.
Oh my god, this guy no one's ever heard of. We'll talk about him in like 2 hours or something. I don't know how long it'll take us to get there. I do love when the landscapers start working like right outside my window.
Yeah, they want to hear about Usogui.
I'm sure they do. I think this
Cool.
happened last week as well. Actually, yeah, it was when I was starting collecting the handkerchiefs.
Yeah, but it was more so with a leaf blower as opposed to...
Yeah, it was definitely lethal.
They're using a leaf blower right now.
My god.
They do the lawn mowing earlier in the day, like in the morning.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it
There.
is. It finally got loud enough for my mic to pick it up. Isn't that impressive?
No, not really.
It is.
Leaf
And then they
blowers
do
are
the
pretty
leaf
loud.
blowing in the afternoon.
I even blow leaf.
Oh, they should have done a leaf blowing
much-
gamble. That would have been peak.
A leaf blowing gamble? What does one do in the leaf blowing gamble? Hello, Bernice.
think-
He's
Go,
here.
Bernice.
I think you would bet on someone specifically on who opens the area the most in a limited amount
Nah,
of.
nah.
No, it can't just be using a leaf blower for leaf blowing. It's too basic. This is Usogui we're talking about.
No, you gotta like blow a
No,
leaf
no, no,
and
but
has
here's
to
the
land in a specific place, or you drink like 15 gallons of poison.
Dylan says the
Oh,
Battle of the Three Predators is the best fight. Well, one of those predators is in the best fight, but that's not the best fight.
I mean, like, Marco versus Hyogo and Leo was good.
Would be good.
Taro was so fun. You
Bernice,
need to
how
do
are
that
you?
in
How are
real
you
life.
Fine, all things considered.
doing? That's good.
You guys listen to Drain Gang?
Hello?
What?
Come on.
Oh, you actually speak. Hello.
Hi.
We assumed you had no
Hi,
mic.
hi,
Hi.
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 Okay, are you
Oh
able
my
to say
God.
anything else?
Fuck you.
Bruh.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But do you guys actually listen to Drain Gang?
No,
Oh,
I think
oh,
I've heard of them
Swing
before,
No.
but no, I don't listen to them.
No.
Fuck you.
What a
I've
very...
never heard of Dream
This
Gang.
is really a fascinating specimen you've brought to us, Fine.
Yeah, I suppose.
Before I say something incoherent, I'm gonna mute myself.
That's probably a good
Good
idea.
idea.
Zweltic says Drain Gang sucks.
How are you gonna fire back to this one?
You gotta do.
Yeah. Tell us. Come
Do
on.
you have anything for that one, Pablo?
Oh!
True shit.
Understandable. Understandable. My honest reaction.
Wow. I was not...
Tunisia forever!
Alright.
What's that? It?
Power of the Middle East will take over.
Okay.
Yeah, here
Allahu
you go.
Akbar!
Alright.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, very insightful.
What a fascinating specimen you've brought to us.
I just posted in the sub. I didn't say anything.
Is that all
Once
you did?
again, they're not sending their best.
Yeah.
Well, that happened.
That was definitely one of the things ever. This is why I don't give the
Wait.
podcast
Totally.
role to every person that pops in the server.
Wait, miss. I just processed something.
What did you just process?
Middle East, he said, right?
Yes, he did
Yes.
say that.
Right,
Say that.
congrats.
I thought I heard Mediterranean for a second.
Maybe he's Mediterranean, I don't know.
Who knows?
Oh god,
Ooh.
he's DMing me
I
now.
know.
Oh fuck.
Far
No.
from the moderation I impose upon myself.
This is indeed true. You should impose more moderation on yourself.
You should maintain the moderation you impose upon yourself.
Up, left, damn.
Left the server already? Well, that was short-lived. Rip Bozo.
They
It was
didn't
nice
say
knowing
they
you.
find
One
a
of the
specimen.
Pablo moments ever. That's true. Let's
Abandoned
see.
building.
What is the significance of abandoned building? Well, this is the first time Kaji finds himself in one of these fucking absurd gambles that Baku gets into.
Yes.
And he's like, holy fucking shit, I'm gonna die.
I can't even remember like most of what happened, other than like Marco flying like 20 feet in the air and then falling back down from a
Drop kicking
window.
a fucking wall.
When
Yeah.
all of the mercs get taken out, so Kyutera's like, hey, Marco, go do a thing, I guess. And then he does. He, like, kills that one other guy. Kyutera's like, hey, put this bucket in front of yourself. And then Marco, or I guess Rodham, cuts his head off and his head falls in the fucking bucket.
That was unnecessary.
But quite humorous.
Quite humorous.
And they also like did something with the medical room, which you're like, oh yeah, medical room exists early on in the arc.
Yeah.
Didn't touch it for like the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, something to do with acid, I think.
Yeah, that was the acid or whatever that got into Rodham's eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope Marco managed to clean that out.
I think he did. We know that Baku treats Marco well. But
Yeah.
what ends up happening is, you know, they manage to incapacitate Rodham. Kyutaro gets hit with the big lying. Oh, right, we get our introduction to Yaakov. The first referee we meet,
yes.
referee number
The
2.
referee.
Yaakov, of course, is basically like our main referee in the series.
Essentially, yes. He's also the introduction to all of Kakeru.
Right, and he's a very good introduction to what exactly a referee is. They are a neutral party that is intended to moderate a gamble pretty much to the letter of the rules. So essentially, if you do something that might qualify as cheating, but doesn't actually violate the rules, then the refs aren't going to stop you from doing that.
They don't give a shit.
They don't give a fuck. The refs are something you can actually use as part of the gamble. Like, depending on whatever sort of tomfoolery is going on, the referee is a piece on the board that you can make use of. Like Baku does with the wiretap pen that he basically plants on Yaakov.
Oh yeah, I did do that.
Yes, and of course,
Yeah.
the referees, you know, having to be able to enforce rules and collect the ante, are huge badasses, as we see from Yaakov, who manages to kick around Kyutaro's katana like it's nothing.
Yeah, kick it into the wall, kick Kyuto's hat onto the sword, you know, just before Baku enters.
So that he can
and,
pick up the hat
takes
like
the
it's
hat.
being taken off a fucking coat rack or something.
Oh, it's such an asshole. I love Baku.
Yaakov! So, Baku is an asshole, Yaakov is also kind of an asshole, but he's more dignified in being an asshole. You know, he walks around with his hands behind his back, he looks like a butler, a little bit. He runs a cafe. What a kind old grandpa that brews delicious coffee.
The brews delicious coffee.
Yeah, delicious
Yeah.
coffee.
Yeah.
Yum. Would recommend.
Yeah, definitely.
One
So,
of 10 best coffee in Japan.
you know, Baku wins the gamble. He gets all of the money, but then also gets Kyutaro's Kakuro membership. And since this would be technically Baku's first Kakuro match, Yaakov becomes his exclusive referee.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
the first referee you meet is the exclusive.
Yeah, that seems to generally be how it works. Though if that were the case, wouldn't Noah be Kaji's exclusive referee? Or no, because the Kakuro membership was given to Kaji, so Yaakov should be Kaji's exclusive referee.
Yeah, but looking at events, looks like, you know,
Someone else's. Yeah.
yeah, Katakura would be, because
Yeah.
Katakura hosted the Labyrinth, came with Kaji for Protoporos,
Yeah.
and then hosted the, wherever the game was, Gamble.
Yeah.
Contradiction, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it's the first free referee you meet. In case the referee is already someone else exclusive.
Makes sense, makes sense. So then who would... So that would mean Yaakov's not currently a free referee. Well, I guess he'd be Kyutaro's referee. Maybe? Like, would have been at the time. I'm not really sure.
Would have been, yes.
I guess that's how it was play out.
Yeah, because Kaji was the one that got the Kakuro membership from Abandoned Building. So theoretically, Yaakov should have been Kaji's exclusive referee.
But it was Baku who was mainly playing, I guess.
Yeah, when did Baku get back the Kakuro membership?
Abandoned Mine.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Alright. And Yaakov was present for that, so that's when Yaakov becomes Kaji's exclusive ref.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder who Noah's the exclusive ref for. Well, anyway, yeah, Kaji gets Kakuro membership out of this because Baku plans on using Kaji, because Baku used to be a member of Kakuro and was so fucking good that he got the right to challenge surpassing the leader, which is a gamble in which you challenge the leader of Kakuro in a life betting gamble. If you lose everything, including your life. But if you win, you become the leader of Kakuro, which means you control all the referees. You know, those guys we just got introduced to that are really strong and are able to enforce rules. But Baku lost. Even though he lost, the leader decided to not kill him immediately for some reason. He was just like, you're boring, I don't really give a shit. I'll collect the ante on your life later. But Baku, according to Yaakov, I believe. Was it Yaakov or Kiara that said it?
Yaakov, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Yaakov.
Yeah, Yaakov said that after he had lost, Baku was smiling. Which implies that surpassing the leader may have actually been intentional. For some reason. Or at the very least, he did not view losing it as the end. Something that is brought up far later is that you have not really lost anything until you actually lose the gamble. Because then the things that you've spent on it were for nothing.
Yeah.
So, whatever Baku lost, like surpassing the leader, he didn't really lose anything out of that because it wasn't the end. Because he could still keep going and ultimately win, and thus not have really lost anything.
That's just good life advice. Thanks, Usogui.
Yeah, you'll find there's a lot of good life advice in Usogui. We're gonna get to some more good life advice relatively soon. So, they get everything that belonged to Kyutaro, including Marco. Who, gets sent after Kyutaro, but just kind of, scares him. Because Marco doesn't want to kill people. And Marco feels really bad about all of the murdering and stuff that he was forced to do while being controlled by Kyutaro. So Usogui is like, listen here, follow me. I will help you atone for your sins. As long as you, do whatever I tell you to do. But I will never tell you to kill a person. I will never make you take another person's life.
Yes.
And thus Marco never does. And he pretty much becomes the little brother of the group. And he is a joy. Everybody loves Marco.
So the son.
Everyone's
He's a very
son.
good boy.
The collective son of all Usogui readers.
He's a good
boy.
One of my
I love Marco.
characters.
Which makes dentist appointments very weird.
The dentist appointment chapter, yes.
Yeah, that chapter didn't exist. It was a collective hallucination, you see.
That was
Too much
after.
gambling.
That was after Bull's womb, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
That's still a weird ass chapter.
What?
This fucking picture Bernice posted in text to speech.
Yeah. It was a listen copy.
Don't tell me you just thought I was a kind old grandpa that brews delicious coffee.
Delicious coffee. Speaking of the dentist chapter, Sako went to the dentist a few days ago, and someone from the Usogui server tweeted this at him, and he retweeted it.
Pardon?
What?
Oh no!
That is hilarious.
Manga in real life. My only dream.
Why?
That is. Wow. Anyway. Kyutaro ends up getting killed off by some other Yakuza that are Kakura members. Kurama Ranko. Who we'll learn more about in a bit. They are more significant later on. Now, what apparently, I guess, is still part of this arc, technically?
Oh.
Yes, the poker shark. So,
Technically, yes.
basically, Baku's like, hey, look at this, like, a fucking, what was it, 10, 20 million yen that they got from the building?
And I think.
Yeah, 10 million yen. He's like, Kaji, look at all this fucking money. Isn't this amazing? Take this and go lose all of it. Just go lose all of this money. Go fucking waste all of it on gambling. Go.
Do whatever the fuck you want.
Zerdix staying in a public community for more than 5 minutes. Well, I think he was here for a little over 5 minutes, so he
Yeah, it was
succeeded in
actually-
that.
A little longer. A little longer.
It was like 10 minutes or something.
Like, if we look at mod logs, right?
Hmm
15 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, he succeeded that one.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a gamble about Zerdix's ability to interact with other human beings in public? Oh, what do we have here? Oh, we have an even better chart. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
good. Very nice. Okay, so... Alright. What the living hell was that laugh? That's me when I find something funny. You guys need to understand, there's a difference from when I laugh at something funny in like a chapter where I'm like, ooh, hoo, 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 that's so funny, and then I see something that actually I find really fucking funny. Yeah, let's see here. Okay, so we're still in the abandoned building.
You
Kaji
can also
goes
see-
and he finds this gambling house, because, you know, gambling is kind of illegal in Japan. Or at least it was.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
A little. So he goes to, like, an illegal gambling house. It's like in a hotel room or something. He meets these two random assholes and plays, what does he play with them again?
That was just poker, I think. If
Okay.
I recall correctly.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's just playing poker. And he ends up struggling. He has a really hard time dealing with people that are, like, cheating, because he's not like fucking Baku and really good at exposing big liars. And this is where we start getting into Kaji's own worth as a gambler. Literal, actual worth. So, Kaji is very insistent upon ensuring that this is a fair match, that he's able to win. So he calls up Kakuro, because now he's a Kakuro member, so he can just do that. And we meet referee Noah. Now, Yako is referee number 2. Noah is referee
He's
number
referee
1.
number 1.
Yeah, this big-brained alien man who is sitting in a wheelchair and has like 30 guys with him.
Mr. X.
They're
No,
here
what-
to referee this gamble. And we learned some more about some of the mechanics of Kakuro. So if you make a bet with someone, and you're not able to like afford the ante with money, like you just don't have the money for it, it's like when someone gets sued an amount of money that they don't possess, so like an insurance company ends up giving the money or something. What happens with Kakuro is they look at like all of your assets to see what all your assets are worth, and if that's not enough, then they just take your life and sell all of your body parts on the black market. I believe Noah determined that the individual average human's worth about 2 million yen for all of their parts. A healthy human
I think
being.
it was Yeah, I think it was 2 million yen.
Yeah, but Kaji, according to Noah, is only worth 100 yen, which is about $1. 100
Wow.
yen, the amount of money that his mom would give him sometimes to like go buy candy or some shit.
It's like one of those fucking Instagram posts. You have $15 to create your anime team, and you have the tiers $5, $3, $2, $1 kaiju.
Yeah.
Now
But-
what happens, right? You're given like Kaji Freddy, you know, Baku sets him over at your house for babysitting, right? You go to the store, hand Kaji over to the clerk, and you go home with a chocolate bar.
That's really... sounds like a fair trade to me. Now, this is, of course, an incredibly high-stakes gamble because, obviously, Kaji will fucking die if he loses. And so will this random guy who is like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he just has this random dude walk into his fucking poker house, lose, like, several tens of millions of yen, and then is like, hold on, I'm gonna call the fucking Men in Black to ref this. If either of us lose, they're gonna kill us and cut up our body parts. And he's like, what? What the fuck is happening? Like, this dude gets fucking flashbanged, realizing he's an Usogui character. But the important lesson that Kaji ends up learning is to not let yourself be controlled by your greed. That is the ultimate downfall for a lot of gamblers, especially people with gambling addictions, is you go into a casino, you get, like, I don't know, $5,000 or something, and you're like, yes,
That's pretty good.
fuck, I walked in here with, like, $500. That's incredible. But then you're like, what if I could get $10,000? $5,000 is already a pretty nice amount of money. For a lot of people, that's probably like all of your bills for at least 1 month.
Yeah.
But if I could get that $10,000, ooh, what could I do with that? So then you bet your $5,000. You lose your $5,000. Because of your greed, you've now lost all of your money. And are probably going to be in a kind of shittier situation than you were before. So
Yeah.
ultimately, what you need to learn, and what Kaji learns, is that when you win something, when you have money, don't be greedy. Don't be constantly obsessing over money and trying to get more of it. Be content with obtaining enough. Don't let yourself be controlled by your greed. That's a tremendous message. That's a great fucking message.
Yeah.
It is mostly because if you waste all of it, what you gain is nothing at the end. You lose everything. Like you get in Vegas, you lose everything. You don't win nothing in Vegas.
Now,
Yes.
of course, this random guy loses the gamble and did not have like 30 million yen on him or whatever. So Noah's like, all right, guy whose ears have been partially bitten off by rats for some reason. We're gonna kill you now. But Kaji's like, I'm not fucking cool with killing people. Jesus Christ, you don't have to kill this guy. Just like, I don't know, take all his shit or whatever. And Noah's like, nah, listen, Kaji, these are the rules. We gotta collect our ante. So Kaji tries to use Marco to stop them. They fight this random Chinese guy. I forget his name. He has terrible hair.
Lee.
Bruce
Don't
Lee,
forget
yeah.
Chris-
Chris Lee. Yeah, Chris Lee.
Yeah.
Who is, according to Noah, like a fucking prodigy or something. He's like 1 out of 10 amazing people in Kakarot who are supposed to become referees or some shit.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, I would say this
Yeah.
guy is one of the few jobbers in Usogui. Because he initially kind of
the
beats
very
up
low.
Marco. Like, he knocks Marco out because they're like, Marco is not able to fight with killing intent. And thus is not able to go all out fighting various people, so there are quite a few people that could kick Marco's ass. And then, Noah and his boys, not understanding how Rotom works, is like, alright, we're going to, tranquilize Marco, you know, by injecting him with an anesthetic. Which,
Yeah,
of course, activates Rotom, who then fucking obliterates Chris Lee's face.
Yes.
This is a lingering
It's a
injury that
power-up.
lasts until the next time we see Chris Lee. And then it's basically like a fucking mad dash for everyone there to try and protect Noah from Rodham. And then fortunately Baku shows up, because of course he does, because he knew it was going to happen. So he was basically like, hey Noah, why don't you like fucking chill here and just leave? I don't remember the exact contents of the conversation, I read it like 4 months ago.
Yeah.
But we find out Noah's motivation of wanting to see a game so crazy that it'll blow his mind, which is presumably really hard because he's got a lot of skull capacity in there. So you know, you require a lot to blow Noah's mind.
Nah, the game's
Yeah,
like
very big brain.
nah, like the game that no one wants to see. It's a game where they implant explosives in his skull and see who can make the best use of space.
That sounds about
Yeah.
right for him. So Kaji goes off, he has his first gamble on his own, which he doesn't hilariously lose to some random assholes. Instead he beats these random assholes. And that's where we get into our next arc, which is, I believe the title is, yeah,
Abandoned Mine.
Abandoned Mine. A lot of abandoned things around here.
What?
Oh hey, nobody's gonna catch you gambling in there.
That's true.
That's true. That's true.
So, there's this
Unless it's
terrorist
already was
revolutionary guy named Sadakuni. I guess he's supposed to be a communist or an anarchist or something. I have no idea. He's mildly politically ambiguous.
Yes.
That has joined Kakaro, has been kicking the shit out of like 4 Kakaro members. I think he had beaten like 4 Kakaro members. They'd all been killed because of the gambles that they were involved in. I believe
Yeah,
that was
something
the
like
case.
that. 4 or 5.
And then he wants to challenge the unbeatable gambler Madarame Baku. So they go into a mine. Obviously, Baku is with Kaji, so he's like gambling on Kaji's behalf, and he has Yaakov there as his ref. And then we have Sadakuni, who is there with his personal referee, rank number 10. I don't remember his name.
Makami.
Makami, that's what it is. Yeah, I knew it was like an M or something. An M, there's a K
Yeah.
in there. Makami.
Come.
So they decide to play kind of a hybrid game where they're doing both Old Maid and Hangman. The deal is if you lose
Yes.
Old Maid enough times, you are the Hanged Man. So obviously this is a death match. They bet like,
Of course.
what, like fucking 2.4 billion yen or some shit, because they call in the
Yeah,
man
because
owners,
fuck-
who are basically an audience that bet on gambles.
Yes.
And they have to watch through like security cameras set up in there, because we're not going to bring in like 9 random aristocrat guys. So they bet like 2.4 billion yen and Sadakuni's Kakaro membership. And like another thing that we'll get into later that's not really part of the gamble, but is like a thing that's going on. So,
Oh, yeah, missiles.
as things usually
Yeah.
go, oh my god, Baku loses the first round. Oh, he's losing the gamble. We're getting a lot of
Oh,
pieces
no.
of these gallows constructed. Our protagonist is in big
He's in
trouble.
big trouble.
We
Yeah,
get
two-
several.
2.4
We have an
billion
OVA
yen
of
at
this,
stake.
I guess. It looks like dog shit. I've heard it's terrible.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. I
Um,
think it's all on YouTube actually.
is it basically just the first half of the arc? Like, is it basically just them playing Old Maid and not the stuff that comes after? Because I've only seen the stuff that's from Old Maid.
I've heard that it cuts way too much.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds about right when you do an OVA of like 20 chapters. Depending
I
on
think
how
it's
long
all on
the
YouTube.
OVA is. It probably is, because no
It's
one gives a
like
shit
40
about it.
minutes long. It's
You
40
know,
minutes long.
apparently they're doing some kind of Usogui live action thing.
They did it. They already did it. It released. Apparently it fucking sucked or
Wow,
something.
what a surprise.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I saw the thumbnail for that on YouTube. I'm like, that looks like shit. That looks really bad.
Fucking sucks.
The abandoned mine is where Pablo lives? That sounds about right. But then Baku starts making various funny faces. Sadakuni's like kind of a dick. He's obviously a bit of a radical. He's very entrenched in his beliefs. His political beliefs pretty much define him as a person because he's a revolutionary. He's like the leader of a revolutionary group. It's not even the first half, it's half of that part. Are you fucking kidding me?
My god.
So it's like nothing. It's an OVA of like nothing. Was this done as like a fucking advertisement for the manga or something?
As for a volume, they released it alongside volume 30 something.
Wow.
Was it 31? Because that sounds
Did it
about right.
happen to be
31, yes.
volume 31?
I think it was 31.
Holy shit.
That sounds about right.
How incredibly
Let me
cursed.
check.
We released the
It was
OVA with
originally-
the most hideous volume cover I've ever seen in my
Let me
life.
check. No, volume 26.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
26. Let's see, what was that? Oh, that was Battleship.
Fascinating.
It was this okay looking cover, I guess.
That's most of them for you. Things start to turn around at a certain point. Like, Baku starts kicking Sadakuni's ass. You know, the winner always laughs deeper. And such things is where we
I
start really
love
getting
that.
into the GIF captions. And this is when it's revealed what exactly Sadakuni is doing, because Baku gets right up in Sadakuni's face and looks at his cards, but Sadakuni can't he doesn't react to it at all. So everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is happening? Turns out, actually, Sadakuni is blind, I guess. And what he had done is
You just can't see.
he can see because he has like an implant in his brain for connecting to like cameras and stuff. And so naturally he had connected this thing to the security cameras in the room, and they would shift around on like, what was it, 10-second intervals? 10-second, 60-second intervals?
Yeah, 60 seconds.
So on 60-second intervals, the camera will switch its angle. And what had happened initially when they came into the room was that Sadakuni's guys had guns, I think. And Baku was like, hey Kaji, reach into this bag to pull something out, and it's a fucking machine gun. And Kaji accidentally fires it off and destroys one of the cameras, which means that for 60 seconds, there's a point, like, out of like a 6-part interval, there is a 60-second part where Sadakuni can't see anything. And so somehow Baku managed to land the timing for that, and got all up in Sadakuni's face when he wasn't able to see anything and looked at his cards. And Sadakuni wasn't able to really say anything because then that would expose how he was cheating. And this is one of those games where you only get in trouble for cheating if your opponent calls you out for it. But they're both doing cheating, so neither of them wants to call the other one out, because then they would both get exposed for cheating. So Baku figures that out. This is the absurd bullshit manner in which people are cheating. You will find in pretty much every arc that someone is cheating through some absurd bullshit. There's some stupid shit that's being used to win gambles.
This is the most sci-fi it gets. The other ones are unrealistic, but still.
Are you sure
understandable.
Jongleo is not the most sci-fi?
That's less sci-fi than this one, I think.
And like he wasn't a
True.
gambler. He was just he was John fighting.
He was basically
fighting.
Marco too. That's true.
Or
Yeah,
even
yeah,
Marco.
yeah. Oh no, wait. Are you sure the Witch Pain? I think that's also pretty sci-fi. I don't know if we have anything currently that's able to do that.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
So Sadakuni's like, oh my fucking god, ah! And Baku's like, you are a big liar. And
And then
Yusakara
everyone
Yume.
claps.
Yeah. And then this is where the second part of Abandoned Mine comes in. So Sadakuni has all of his guys here outside of, I think they're in Mount Fuji or something, with a weapons dealer named Carl Belmont, who will be important later, and they got these fucking surface-to-air missiles. Or are they surface-to-surface missiles?
Either or, the missiles.
They're missiles. So, the dealio is, when Sadakuni dies, or, you know, when Sadakuni wins, or whatever, they're gonna fire off the missiles. I believe that was the deal, yes?
Yeah, funny thing about those missiles though, like, you can actually see something about missiles on a TV before the arc actually starts.
You're right, I think they do mention something like that. Usually that happens a lot.
Yeah.
That is not going to be the last time they use TVs to foreshadow.
Yeah, which is good. It's nice use of those. So Marco and Kurama Ranko's henchman, Leo, are there to stop Sadakuni's guys from firing the missiles. This is when Yako 2 Electric Boogaloo, also known as Yako B, shows up, who is not technically a referee, but is instead a sweeper. So he's basically one of those guys that cleans up people for Kakuro.
He's a man of immaculateness.
Why the fuck is my dog barking?
He wants to hear about Usogui.
I think he's a dog. That's why.
I wish you would stop
Probably.
doing that.
Stop being a dog.
No, stop being annoying. Okay, I have to go fucking check on her. I don't know what the fuck her problem is.
She's gambling.
Yeah,
Kakuro
that's
match.
gambling.
Kakuro's match, yes.
Kakuro
You're a
match in
big
Mick's
barker.
house.
You're a big barker, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why I like
Makima fans.
the Makima gamble.
The Makima gamble.
I was thinking of that for a second. Oh god.
That's how you choose who gets to own the last Chainsaw Man volume in Barnes and Nobles.
Implemented by Barnes and Nobles themselves.
Of course, Barnes and Nobles, also known as American Kakuro.
Of course.
That'd be fucking wacky. I
The
should buy
real
out Barnes and
bookstore
Nobles for
arc.
that sake.
The real bookstore arc.
I wonder if he's taking his dog outside for a fight or something. My goodness.
Yeah, out the back, you know.
Oh, back steakhouse. He gonna cook his dog for a gamble?
Yeah.
He's gonna play Bill's Room with his dog. Amazing.
Monopoly.
If they played Monopoly, that arc would have lasted like 400 chapters.
Yeah, it would be pretty short. Just thought of saying Monopoly though. I don't know.
I see.
Yes. Anywho,
Alright,
I
I'm
have-
back. I don't know what the fuck she was barking at. Probably just some random person walking down the street.
That was the Kakuro members in your house, Misc.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to have Kakuro members in my house. You mad? Oh, I love you mad.
Yeah, they're gambling with your dog.
Of course, of course. So our Yako, who has short hair, his name is Yako Hikoichi. Yako B, who has longer hair and a big scar on his face, is Yako Joichi. But Marco just
Yeah.
calls Joichi Yako B, so that's pretty much what everyone calls him. They are basically identical. I guess they're twin brothers. I don't think this is ever really addressed.
Yeah,
It's
then,
a spin-off.
It's a
Like,
spin-off.
Is that what the spin-off is about?
Yeah, the spin-off was about them.
Yeah,
Oh.
so it's about Yako.
Yako's first Kakuro gamble.
Yeah. First gamble,
Well, that's interesting.
and also meeting him.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Yeah, you should read it some more.
So, Joichi's there because he is the attendant escorting the leader of Kakuro, Kuruma Soichi, who is a weird guy, cloaked in shadow, that
And man.
says funny words by tapping Joichi's vocal cords to say, We are the ones that came from a distant planet to invade the Earth. What does that mean?
It's a wacky joke.
It's a joke. I don't really get what
Yeah,
the actual
you know.
joke is, but
I mean, it's later on because you know.
later on it kind of
can.
has context.
Yeah, because humans can't be perfect, but he's something.
Humans can't be perfect, thus we are aliens that came from another planet to invade the Earth and enslave humanity. But we'll get into that when we get to air poker.
Yes.
So Soichi's there and he's like, "Yo, what's up? Want to gamble on whether or not you'll be able to stop the missiles? Because I love gambling, and I love somehow solving Rubik's Cubes by fucking spinning them around on my index finger." So Baku's like, "Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, Marco's there. These random assholes aren't going to be able to stop Marco. But there's someone there that Baku doesn't know about, and that would be the former number 0 Kiara." So we get introduced to Kiara.
John Violence, yes.
Yeah, John Violence. The one most capable of violence in this world. Number 0 is actually the highest rank for a referee because, of course, it is.
What did you expect?
As we know, the Japanese love S rank, rank 0, all that shit. We must go beyond number 1. We must go beyond A. For some reason...
Number -1.
For some
number
reason...
-2.
For some fucking reason, S is above A, as opposed to doing, like, Z or something. I don't know why. Sometimes people do Z rank. Like, you know, like, extremely terminally online power scalers will do their fucking power tier list, and you'll have, like, fucking Z tier characters.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh my X here. Oh my 13.
Oh, yeah. That sort of shit.
What?
So...
Oh, I see. Okay. What does 13 mean?
Can't see.
Kiara used to be referee number 0. And as a matter of fact, used to be Baku's exclusive referee when he was originally part of Kakarot. Which was a stroke of dumb luck, because I guess having ref number 0 as your personal referee is one of the requirements to challenge surpassing the leader.
Yes.
So getting ref 0 is just a stroke of dumb luck. Initially, it was just a stroke of dumb luck, until changes that happened during this arc. Which, I have to agree, Soichi, that was a stupid fucking system. But I digress.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid.
The new system is based and way cooler, and makes more sense, generally speaking.
I think the new system was actually the old one. They retired it and now it's back.
Yeah,
if I
that's what
remember
I mean.
correctly.
The returned system. Obviously, if someone's number 0 at something, that means they must be really fucking strong. Or at least it should now, because the guy that Kiara replaced was a fucking shitter. Kiara decided to leave Kakarot after Baku lost, because he's just like, yeah, I'm just not interested in this shit anymore. What normally happens when someone tries to leave Kakarot is they're purged, because you can't just leave the organization. You're not allowed to do that. Do you have a fucking motorcycle driving by your house, Bernice?
Yeah,
Okay.
it just passed.
That's good.
It was actually Kiara.
It was Kiara, of
man.
course.
Where's he up to?
Why is there a truck following him?
Oh no.
I hope he can get away soon.
Hopefully.
Attention all gamblers. Kiara is running away from Junglio, but he needs your help. All he needs is for you to share the 12 numbers on the back of your parents' credit card.
And also the expiration date.
The 12 numbers on the back, the expiration date, and the 3-digit code. Hurry! Jonglio's quickly gaining.
Yeah, the pin too, if you can have that.
Yeah, also get them the PIN number. That'd be very helpful. So, normally, when a referee leaves, they get purged by Kakarot. You have people, the sweepers, like Yaakov B. That's kind of what they're for, is cleaning up messes. But according to Yaakov, Kiara is an exception to this, because a person who can purge him does not exist on this earth. As in, there is no one on the face of the planet capable of killing Kiara, because there is no one stronger than Kiara. So when it turns out that Kiara is there protecting the missiles, everyone's like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Yeah, damn.
So that fight's going on. We have Kiara and Leo, or Marco and Leo fighting Kiara. And then, after Sadakuni loses, what the fuck was his name again? Makuro? Not Makuro. Makami. Wait, no? What did you say? I couldn't hear you. You were...
Makama.
Makama! Why are these names so similar?
Yes.
Makama is like, I'm gonna challenge you to a ranking battle, Yako. I want your number 2 position. Makama has been brainwashed by Sadakuni. He's a member of the, well, not necessarily brainwashed, but he agrees with Sadakuni's revolution. So he is actually on his side. So he challenges Yako to a ranking battle. And obviously the man owners are like, oh, fuck yes, we're going to see a ranking match, we're going to see 2 refs fight each other. So they bet even more money than before. And this is around when Soichi shows up, and he's like, okay, kids, we're going to go back to the old system. Ranking matches last 10 seconds. If you lose, it's because you die. And, you know, ranking match is how a lower rank referee gets a higher rank. Generally speaking, higher ranked referees are stronger than lower ranked referees. And if someone wants to challenge me to surpassing the leader, their personal referee needs to claim the rank of number 0. Good luck. So, they get into their fight, and this begins the trend of referee number 10 being an asshole that starts a fight with an old person and gets absolutely fucking murdered. Because the same exact thing happens again later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is also where we start the Yaakov family tradition of ripping a fucker's ear off.
Was Noah Jr. Also number 10?
I think he was
No,
number 8.
Bandai was number 10.
Yeah, because Makam was number 10, and then Bandai replaced him.
That guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Funny how that works out.
Frogman.
The Frogman, yes.
Oh, I hate people so much. I have an allergy to enemies.
I'm allergic to enemies. So fucking silly. So yeah, that dude gets his ass kicked. Him and Sadakuni both get hanged. And Marco manages to defeat Kiara through mild Rodham power-up that Kiara wasn't really expecting. Why does Kiara lose? Well, you see, it's because he was too strong.
No.
No, literally, strength is not always the most desirable trait. It's basically just a more, fancy way of saying you lost because you were too strong. How tragic. We also get, like, really good character stuff from Marco, where he, like, is, hallucinating himself being back in the abandoned building with Kyutaro, but then is getting rescued by Baku and stuff. It's nice.
You are a big liar. Oh.
Oh.
However, Marco fails to stop the missiles from launching, because he doesn't understand how missile launchers works, and accidentally sets them off.
Whoopsie daisies.
However,
Yeah,
turns out they're actually rockets and not missiles. They were mistaken, which means that technically Baku wins the bet. So stupid. Well, you see, semantics are very important when it comes to these sorts of things. Though, theoretically, shouldn't that mean if there were never any missiles involved, then, like, it should have just been a null game or something? I guess Kakarot doesn't really do that, do they?
Mm.
I mean, I suppose that could have happened with the ban. It was theoretically possible for a match to be
theoretically.
null. But anyway, because of this, Baku gets back Kakarot membership, he gets a shitload of money, we are introduced to Soichi, Baku reestablishes that, like, yeah, I'm going to challenge you to surpassing the leader again. So this is basically setting up our main goal for the series and our main antagonist. The leader is pretty much the main antagonist. Big surprise. But when he is leaving, he gets an interesting phone call from someone that we don't find out the identity of for a very long time. But
100 chapters or so.
yeah, this person is the person that was pretty much bankrolling all of Sadakuni's operations. And they were like, oh, hi, hello, I'd love to take over Kakuro or something. And Soichi's like, yeah, go fuck yourself, bye. Basically hangs up on him like a loser. And this is where we start getting introduced to an organization known as Ideal. An ideal refers to the shape of a diamond. You know, like the traditional cut of a diamond that you see? Yeah, that's ideal. This is relevant way later. So Ideal is an organization, I believe, that originates from America. They're an American organization.
Yeah, they're American, yes.
And they want to take over Kakuro, because Kakuro is a very powerful organization that's very influential, so they want to have that power. So Ideal hires a bunch of random American psychopaths and sends them over to Japan. Most of them are completely irrelevant and get fucking obliterated almost instantly when they meet with Kakuro's Foreign Affairs Administration. Which is very funny to think about. Their Foreign Affairs Administration is mostly dedicated to beating the shit out of people. We meet
like
Mizue, I believe is her name.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Mizue,
is like one of 2 times that she will ever be relevant. Chris Lee is back. He is wearing a fucking N95 mask, and his mouth is wrapped up in bandages because he's still fucked up from getting the shit kicked out of him by Rodham.
Yeah.
They pretty easily take out several of the goons there, but they have they have some trouble with this one guy who is like both sexist and racist and has funny marks on his ears. It's a man known as Billy Craig, also known as Caracal. And the thing about Caracal is that he's really strong.
And
So
I think
strong.
his favorite animals probably
Yeah.
a carcal.
Yeah, it was the big flopper. Caracal is someone that had previously interacted with Carl. And by previously interacted, I mean he fucking killed everyone else in the warehouse with him. As, like, an act of intimidation. Which has led to Carl, like, fucking hiding away in isolation to not be killed by Caracal, and has Kiara protecting him. Because, I mean, seriously, is there anyone else in the world that you would want protecting you? I mean, actually protecting you, not enforcing peace the way the actual bodyguard protects people.
Yeah, it's not much better than Kiara.
Yeah,
Nothing better,
Yeah.
actually.
Kiara is a better bodyguard than the legendary bodyguard. Keep that in mind.
Most bodyguards are better bodyguards
I
than
would
the
say all
legendary
bodyguards are better than Jongleo. He's a terrible bodyguard. It's just about him fucking exerting his not his political views. It's just like his ideology.
Yeah.
He wants to.
Jongleo only works if the person who wants to kill his employer knows about Jongleo.
Right, of course. But we'll talk about Jongleo in a bit. As by a bit, I mean we're gonna talk about him a little bit in a bit, and then like way later we're gonna talk about him a lot more.
Yeah.
So Caracol's really fucking strong. He's racist. It's funny. He's a strong racist guy. Yaakov shows up to fight him for a bit, but then the cops show up, so everyone fucks off. As is typical to happen when things get interesting somewhere. When a party gets too crazy, usually you have the cops show up to break it up. I do not think Yaakov would have been able to beat Caracal. Or, I'm not sure if he would have. He may be able to beat this Caracal.
This Caracal probably.
Yeah.
If we're assuming that Yaakov and Yaakov are literally the same, then I guess he probably would be able to. But anyway, the introduction of Ideal and all of their shenanigans leads us into our next arc. Our next really big arc. Labyrinth, which is one of my favorites. I know it's Koji's favorite.
Yes.
For me,
Yes, indeed.
I thought Labyrinth was the most hype arc.
Labyrinth was very hype.
Labyrinth was great.
I think
Very
that was the
sweet.
most consistently excited I was reading through an arc. At least, I think the first half, the 0 Yen Gamble, that was the part that I enjoyed the most overall. But actual Labyrinth, you know, the Minotaur's Labyrinth, that had like the highest peaks of the arc, obviously.
Definitely.
So,
It's basically getting chased by someone in a
um,
labyrinth.
for the premise, the first part is the 0 Yen Gamble. Baku and Kaji hear from some random dipshit that there's apparently an online invitation to a gamble in which you don't have to bet any money and can earn like 100,000 yen, which is like, well, $1,000. It's actually really not that much. But I mean, I guess getting $1,000 for free isn't bad. So Baku's like, hey Kaji, go check this out. So he goes and checks it out. There's a bit of weird shenanigans before this happens, like some lady accusing him of groping her and like fucking scratching out some of his skin. Then he gets picked up by some guy in like a limousine, who's like, "Oh, here are some band-aids to cover this up." So then they get taken somewhere. Kaji's not allowed to see where, and he meets this guy named Yukide, whose story is that he was basically in a coma for like 10 years, and since he has no memories over that 10 years, he wants to collect other people's memories to create like kind of a collage of memories to fill up the missing chunk in his life. This doesn't sound remotely functional at all, but
It's a sweet little tale.
it's a nice little story, I suppose.
Yeah, I would give him a few memories, of course.
Oh, of course. So what
As
Yukide
a
does
treat.
is he invites people in here, and he's like, "Hey, take any date off of this list of dates in like the last, well, 10 years. And each date has a different value. You don't bet any money. What you bet instead are your memories of this day, so that you can then, you know, add them to my big memory collage." So Kaji enters the gamble. He bets on some random day for 100,000 yen. It was one of his birthdays, in which his mom was being a drunk piece of shit. Kaji's mom is kind of a useless bitch.
Yeah, mostly.
I feel like lowlife is an adequate term for describing Kaji's mother. So he bets that day they play a game of Labyrinth, which is kind of like, it's kind of like playing Battleship, but basically solving a maze that you're not able to see. So Kaji gets really close to winning, but ends up losing. But he doesn't lose any money, he just loses his quote-unquote memory of this day. And this match is refereed by Kakuro, because Kaji's like, I want to make sure that, you know, this is fair, it's being moderated well, so I'm going to call in Kakuro. And this is where we're introduced to rank number 16 referee Katakura Yudai, a very well-dressed man with long coattails that has a pompadour, or at least he does later, because initially, fuck off, that is not a pompadour. It's just big hair.
Why are you gatekeeping the pompadour?
Because
Pompadour
it
is
does not
fake.
look like a pompadour. It does not even have the shape of a pompadour initially. It's a pompadour later. Later, Sako remembers what a pompadour looks like. Fun fact, the author used to be a hairstylist.
I would let him style my hair.
So,
I
you
would
know,
let him.
I would. The match and its results are enforced by Kakuro. So Kaji has to give up his memories of this day because he lost, whatever that means. So Kaji leaves, and right as he gets to his apartment, he gets essentially kidnapped by Kiara and Carl, who are like, "Hey Kaji, fun fact, that 0 yen gamble you're involved in? Yeah, that's actually a government conspiracy for pinning crimes of elites on random people." And then they see on the news that random dipshit that they heard about the gamble from is currently being charged with a murder. that has DNA evidence against him. Where would they have gotten the evidence from that? And then Kaji remembers that random lady scratching him and getting some of his skin under her nails, and then that guy giving him bandages that would have been able to collect more of his blood. And then it occurs to him what exactly the memory collection means. You are not able to tell anyone about your recollection of that specific date because, well, that memory doesn't belong to you anymore. Which means you no longer have an alibi for the date of the crime you're being accused of committing. This is fucking ingenious. This is such an interesting concept for, like, an arc. It's one of the most interesting I've seen in a very long time.
If any of us becomes, like, high-ranking political people, we gotta instate that.
We have to do that.
We have to
Yes.
do the. We have to have the L file. We have to play the labyrinth game.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's an ingenious idea, really. It's how you avoid being canceled for things. Oh, right, and the crime Kaji's being accused of is, like, murdering a family and dumping their bodies in an abandoned house. So, Kaji has to stay in hiding with Kiara and Carl, because, I mean, obviously, what the fuck are the cops gonna do? Fight Kiara?
They could try.
They could try. They would all die. Kiara
But they
could
could
solo
try.
the Japanese police force.
Yeah,
Single-handedly.
The
He
Daily
could
Jujiro
single-handedly
reminder.
defeat the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Force.
Ayo, Kiara versus Eddie. Place your bets.
Pretty sure Eddie has higher feats, does he not?
I think Eddie's just more durable.
Yeah.
And has a Goihon, so...
Yeah. So that happens. And Baku is like, oh shit, I should go get involved in this as well. So when he goes, he picks a day for his memory, and he's like, oh yeah, that day. You want to know what happened there? Yukide's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I killed someone. Naturally, Yukide's like shitting his fucking pants when he hears this. But then Baku's like, no, I mean like metaphorically, I was playing a game with my friend Hal. Well, I had some shit that I was supposed to do, but he ended up going and doing it instead, because I, like, fucking passed out or some shit. And he got killed in that business. So I feel responsible for his death. This will be relevant in, like, 300 chapters.
And it's more
Yes.
so only 200.
Oh yeah, it's more in the range of 200, I guess. You're right. So Baku plays the game. He creates a labyrinth. Katakura looks at this, and he makes a very indecent face and has to take a moment, because he's like, oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. Because Baku figured out the trick for what Yukide had been doing. Is, everyone's labyrinths are placed in, like, this little booklet, like in this little folder, and they're pressed up against each other, and you use a pen for doing your labyrinth. You're given a pen. So, their labyrinth will sort of be pressed up against your labyrinth. Their labyrinth is blank, so the ink from your pen, your labyrinth, will be imprinted onto their paper, so they get an exact inversion of your labyrinth. So that means he knows what your labyrinth is. What Baku does is he basically made a blank labyrinth. In fact, he did make a blank labyrinth, did he not?
I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was blank, yes.
Yeah, and since he went first, he just went all the way until he won, yeah? I think that's how that went?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, then what
Okay.
happens is he wins, and then Yukide is like, oh, are you sure you don't want any more money? And makes a bunch of spooky faces, looking like a psychopath. And then Baku's like, yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. Why not? So then he joins in again, but it's for like it's like a lower value. It's only like 1,000 yen or something. It's like a $10 gamble. He just picks some
Oh,
random
how
fucking
thrilling.
day. Some random day. It's what, like November 5th, 2001 or something?
Aye.
Is that the exact date?
I think so. Well, I actually have a pen if I recall.
Let me check.
It should be about let's see. Right, there's something near that. April 9, 2001.
Ah, fuck. I was off by a few months. April 9th,
Well,
2001. Not really anything important. They play the game. I don't think Baku really does any sort of trickery or anything in that one. I don't think.
I can't remember.
I think he might have made his labyrinth with a pencil that time.
Yeah, pencil.
Yeah, that's the one where he uses the pencil. But he did like a little funny trick.
Oh yeah,
A
that
little
little.
comedic.
Yeah,
But
wacky
this
prank.
trick doesn't come into play this time yet. But he makes a labyrinth with the pencil so that like it doesn't get imprinted on the other paper. So Yukide's not able to see his labyrinth. But Yukide ends up solving the labyrinth. And right before he gets to the end, Baku's like, "Hey, you should not go there." And then Yukide's really, I shouldn't go on this specific space. You're telling me that? Okay, I'm gonna go there. And he wins. He wins the round. So he gets Baku's memory for April 9th, 2001. And then, rips open Karayume. I told you, you should not go there.
And then he posts this GIF that appears in Yukide's text messages.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Wait, what is this? Noah Mitora is Kakuro Referee 8. He is the fail son of Noah Shion and Mirai and the grandson of Noah Mitoshi. Personality,
Grand
KY
fail son.
declaration, he gets beat up by a gamer. He is a fail son. Most certainly. I think he meets the definition of just being an important person's son that doesn't really do anything. Now, why should Yukide have not gone there? Why should he have not gone there and taken Baku's memories of April 9th, 2001? Well, because that's the date of Baku doing Surpassing the Leader. So Baku is no longer able to say he did Surpassing the Leader already. No one in Kakuro would be able to keep record of that because the memory of it has to be erased to the extent that Kakuro is capable of. So essentially Kakuro would have to be like, "Oh yeah, what are you talking about? Baku never challenged Soichi to Surpassing the Leader." So then he would be
and-
able to challenge him to it again. And they would no longer be able to claim his life.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that after that happened,
I'm going to leave for a couple of minutes.
Right,
That's
see ya. Soichi was like, "What the fuck? No, nobody can do this again. What the fuck? Why?"
Was it Soichi or was it Judge? Because this is when we introduced the Judge, who's referee number 3. He is the guy who never really does anything, except for in this one arc where Katakura is like, "Hey Judge, what the fuck am I supposed to do in this situation?" And I guess Judge was like, "Yeah, we should not allow this shit anymore," and Soichi's like, "Yeah, that's whack as fuck. We should probably stop the Labyrinth game."
After this happens, though,
After this happens, we don't allow this bullshit anymore. Also, I suppose because Yukide now owned those memories, that would mean that Yukide was the one that, was the one who had challenged Soichi to Surpassing the Leader, because now it's his memory of doing it.
hence why later on they're like,
Oh, we're gonna kill Yukide, because Yukide is the one that needs to be purged because he lost Surpassing the Leader.
and Baku's like, "Isn't that guy already dead though?" 'Cause he
We'll
fell back
get
in
into
coma.
that in just a minute, because then they agree to a third round, which I believe is another 100,000 yen bet.
Your comeback, I think, right?
Yeah, and this is where Baku does a little bit of funny stuff. So, it looks like he's about to lose. Yukide thinks that he has made it to the end. He's opening up all of the doors, and then, right as he's about to get to the end, Yukide, there is a wall there. That was such a good page turn.
Yeah.
Those fuck, Labyrinth might have the best page turns, I can't lie. It's that or surpassing the leader. They're so good. So what did Baku do? Well, back when he'd used his mechanical pencil in the second round, he had actually ripped off a little bit of the eraser and then, like the bottom of the eraser, so when you put it back in, you wouldn't notice that part of the eraser had been ripped off, and had used that to, like, rub off some of the ink on his labyrinth, or at least cover it up a bit, with the eraser, so that it wouldn't get copied, so then Yukide wouldn't be able to see that there is a wall there. Didn't he also make a wall previously and then erase it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He
Yukide got
did.
absolutely fucking owned, like epically owned in hilarious fashion. It was very funny. The face that he made upon finding out there was a wall there, legendary. I thought it was from fucking Attack on Titan. I thought it was a fucking Titan or something.
Yeah, that one fucking panel.
Yukide is so fucking gobsmacked by there being a wall there that his fucking form distorts.
He
You will see
becomes
this
a
happen many
watermelon.
times in the future. So Yukide loses, and because of this fucking absurd shock,
The coma, right?
Baku telling him, "You're a disgrace, you're a big liar," he slips back into one of his comas. And
Yes.
then when Katakura is gonna kill him, Baku's like, "Hey, isn't that guy basically already dead?" And he's like, "I don't disagree with that. Sure, why not?" So Katakura spares Yukide, because Katakura is a cool motherfucker.
The best motherfucker.
It's true. If I had to pick a favorite referee, it would probably be Katakura. He's the man. He's the shit. This is when we get into the other part of Labyrinth, which is when Amako, who is one of the guys who's like a higher up in the police department, shows up, and he's like, "Oh my god, Yukide, I can't believe this happened to you." He's the guy that forced Yukide to play in the Labyrinth game. He's also basically the guy that manages the L file, which contains all of the people whose crimes are being covered up by the Labyrinth game. So if you can obtain the L file, you can expose quite a few people for doing terrible things. People in power that would otherwise never face consequences for their actions. Oh, and the Labyrinth game's been happening in the MPD. It's been happening in the fucking police department. I don't know if it's just me, but I think Sako may kind of hate cops or something. I just kind of get that impression a little bit. Listen, the portrayal of cops in Usogui, not very positive, very based. Very good. I'm a big fan. They're all assholes, pretty much, except for like a couple guys.
Yeah, who get absorbed into Kakuro, so
Yeah.
basically not cops.
Yeah, not cops anymore. So
No, they weren't even cops. There's,
they're
the
basically
private
fucking.
funeral division.
They
whatever
are
the fuck that
police
means.
hitmen.
God, private funeral division is a very cool name.
It is. Oh yeah, while this is going on, Karakol, Kiara, and Yaakov get into a fight with each other. That's very cool, because Kiara throws his motorcycle at Karakol's car.
And shock absorber.
Yeah,
absorbs
fortunately,
shock.
Karakol had some random guy named Shock Absorber sitting next to him who lives up to his name. This had happened just after Karakol had tried to steal this L file from Amako, but then got told off because Amako also had this very sweaty-looking man with him named Minoa. I've never seen such a more unclean-looking character without them just literally being covered in filth. Doesn't he look incredibly greasy?
He is.
That's the.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Minoa.
Minoa.
That's Amako's guy. That's his henchman.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
Minoa? Minotaur? My goodness.
What sort of connection could there ever be there? So, they fight. Karakol gets shot by members of the Private Funeral Division, but is totally fine, and then escapes. The Private Funeral Division is pretty much... They're like the sweepers that Kakuro has, but they work for the PD. So, conspiracy bullshit, they're there to clean things up for the police. give you a private funeral, you know? Yeah. So Amako agrees to play a Kakuro game with Baku, betting either all of that money that Baku has or the L file. So, you know, we'll see who gets what. And they decide, instead of just doing the same Labyrinth game they'd already been playing, they're going to play with the giant life-size labyrinth that's underneath the MPD for some reason.
It's a multi-purpose. Not only is it a symbol of order, it's also used for water storage. You know, very handy to have.
Of course! This is one of the first examples of just ridiculous shit being on premises for Kakuro
You know,
gambles.
I remember, you know, you're reading Labyrinth. You know, Player said, "Oh yeah, that one that was under the New York Police Department,"
I would not be surprised.
and you googled it. Hey, Miss, it says gullible on your ceiling.
No, it doesn't.
Made you look.
Did you know that Philadelphia experiment? I thought that was interesting. What does that mean?
Read it.
The text is too small for me to read on my PC. I'll read it later. Oh yeah, and Marco shows up, obviously, because Amako's got his muscle man with him, so Baku needs his so that we can have 4 guys in the game. And you know, there are 2 teams of 2. I'm sure there's a ton of background noise, Koji. It's your house.
Yeah.
So, you know, they play their game. Basically, you just have to try and figure out what is the correct pathway for you to escape. You collect 1 M point for each new room you discover. When you encounter another player, you guys do a contest of M points, and enter M time. Whoever uses up more of their points during the M time, you know, like whoever chooses to spend more of them.
What can you?
Yeah, pardon me. I ate lunch like 2 hours ago. I don't know why. I am suddenly now gaseous. But anyway, whoever has more points is able to attack the other person, and the other person's not allowed to do anything. If you spend an equal amount of points, well, you guys can just fight each other normally. And this lasts for 30 seconds. You are allowed to kill your opponent at M time. That is allowed.
Will be the finest labyrinth.
So, oh yeah, it will be the finest labyrinth. So initially, Baku runs into Minoa. Baku spends more points on the M time, so Minoa isn't able to just literally instantly kill him. And then Minoa runs into Marco, and Marco's like, "Oh, we'll spend the same amount of points or whatever. Okay, we'll each spend like 1 point." And then naturally Minoa doesn't do that, and he beats the fuck out of Marco, because Minoa's a scumbag. And he leaves. And then Marco chases him. And Marco uses up all of his 11 points. And because of the amount of points that Minoa used last time, he only has 11 points. He doesn't want to stand around and have to get his ass beaten by Marco. So what he does is he uses up all of his remaining points as well. So they have an actual fight. And it's really fucking good. Marco kind of gets his shit pushed in, because it turns out Minoa is not just some random slimy guy. He has Superman syndrome.
Yeah.
So he kind of kicks the fuck out of Marco. And then we get
And he
another
also
Rodin moment.
Supposedly fought like the old number 0 and a fake Bylong or something.
I know he fought a guy who was pretending to be the legendary assassin Bylong, but I don't remember anything about him fighting the number 0 from before Kiara.
I think I recall that being mentioned. Either that or it was just me remembering.
No, Kiara was aware of Minoa. He may have been present for the match, or had been told about it.
Oh, probably.
Because I think Kiara was the one explaining the situation to Yaakov when they were hanging out in the coffee shop, and Kiara was telling him, "Your coffee fucking sucks." But eventually, Rodem moment, Marco breaks several of Minoa's fingers to get out of his grasp, and then we get into that sequence that's been turned into a GIF that you can find on Discord or Tenor if you just look up Usogui. And Marco fucking like caves in Minoa's face with his fucking knee. It's delicious. It's great. It's simply tremendous. A great sequence. So then we get into the rest of the gamble. There's a bit of shenanigans with Katakura's old rival from when he was a delinquent named Nanpo, who is now part of the PD, who's trying to sabotage the game, creating like a fucking vacuum in one of the rooms. Katakura kicks the shit out of Nanpo. And then we get to pretty much the end of the game, where Baku's figured out that Mako has synesthesia or something, and has been using that to listen to sounds through the empty pipes to figure out where everyone is, and hits him with the old "you are a big liar."
That's one of the methods of cheating I've ever seen.
Yeah, one of the methods ever. It really... How much allusion to there really was that?
I don't recall.
Like, there was Amako almost calling Baku Minoa, when they were still blindfolded, but they were like, oh, Mino something, in Japanese sounds like fucking green, or teal, or some shit. Something like that. I didn't think the synesthesia reveal was that well built up, too. Maybe if I reread Labyrinth, I would be able to pick up on it more.
Perhaps.
That tends to be the case. I would not be surprised if I were to reread Labyrinth and be like, oh wait, yeah, they were actually alluding to this a lot. So Baku's going on to be able to win the game. He encounters the room that Marco's in. Even though Marco won his fight against Minoa, he still got the shit kicked out of him. So he's like unresponsive on the ground. It looks like Marco's died. Minoa is not out of the picture though. He got the shit kicked out of him by Marco. So he comes up to Amako's room, and he spends some points on Amako, and then he
He's a bit hungry.
He's a bit hungry because of his traumatic childhood or whatever, which I guess he's having flashbacks to now because he definitely has brain damage. Like, almost all of his fucking teeth got knocked out. I'm sure he choked on some of his teeth. His brain is probably a little mushier now than it was prior to entering the labyrinth. And he, basically fucking eats a Mako. We're not shown this happening, but he definitely at least super killed him. I don't want to think about how the fuck a Mako was taking bites, or not a Mako, how Minoa was taking bites out of him with basically no teeth.
With a lot of effort. And Superman syndrome.
Yeah, that's quite horrifying to imagine.
That must have hurt.
Yeah, no shit. So then Minoa follows Baku. Baku uses up more points than Minoa, but Minoa is in a fucking state of delirium and is like kind of insane right now. So he just tries to attack Baku anyway, and naturally, because you're not allowed to attack players when they have the upper hand in M-Time, Katakura intervenes. And because Minoa has attempted to harm another player when he's not allowed to, he's violated the rules. So, he'll have to purge you. He's able to do this mostly due to the extreme amount of damage that Minoa had taken from Marco. But Katakura doesn't come out of this unscathed because he takes a bit of a punch from Minoa that definitely cracks his skull open and fucking partially skins his scalp a little.
Yeah.
Quite horrific. But ultimately, Katakura manages to fucking paste Minoa's skull against the wall and declares that Baku is the winner of the Labyrinth game.
As he supposedly dies out.
Yeah, supposedly. But Marco's actually alive, because when they were saying not even God could resuscitate that, they were referring to whatever the fuck was left of a Mako.
Yummy.
So, you know, both of the cops are dead, and Marco and Baku are fine, and they now have information to expose elites for doing a bunch of crimes and pinning them on random people.
Hey, when you say eat the rich, Minoa took that to heart.
Boy, did he. I still think one of the biggest flexes from this arc was when Amako gets hit with the big liar and is so fucking desperate for Baku to not fucking kill him or something that he starts licking his shoes, and Katakura's like, hey, you're not allowed to touch other people when you're the loser in M-Time or outside of M-Time, but that's intended for, like, trying to harm other players, so I suppose licking their shoes is allowed.
Katakura.
Like, you're so fucking pathetic that I'm not even gonna bother considering this a rule violation. So that's Labyrinth. Personally, for me, definitely, do I like it more than Tower? I'm not sure. It was probably the arc that, like, chapter to chapter, I had the most fun reading. At least for, like, the length that it was, I think. I thought it was a great time. But now you may be
And there's that-
wondering... Oh, what were you gonna say?
And there's that one chapter epilogue after where they visited.
Oh yeah,
Yuki
where
in
they
the
visit
hospital.
Yukide in the hospital, and Marco sees a lot of similarities between himself and Yukide, because Yukide was just kind of being used as like a tool by the PD.
And then he left that little drawing there with the cuckoo clock.
That was incredibly nice. It almost made me cry.
Yeah, I still tear up whenever I look at that.
So that happens. But now we have to wonder, what was Kadri doing in this time other than hiding out with Kiara? That's where we get into the Bull's Womb arc. But before we get into that, I'm gonna go grab a drink, because I've been talking for like over 2 hours.
Only 2 hours, I'd say.
So I will be back in just a couple minutes.
Have fun. What a thirsty lad. Hopefully you can be sated.
The background finally disappeared.
Hey, Koji.
Hi.
Why is your home so loud? Don't you live in an inn or something, like a bed and breakfast?
What?
Don't you live in like a bed and breakfast or something?
I have a bedroom, but it's louder.
That's not
For
what I
some
mean.
reason.
Never mind.
Oh wait, what they tried to say?
I mean like a place where people will go, stay for the night, get breakfast, and then fuck off. Do you
How you-
live in a place like that?
Okay. Never.
I think I don't.
Question.
Yeah?
What kind of character should I make for Into the Jasonverse?
Oh, Hanzo. Use Hanzo.
Yeah,
like,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, I can't use Hanzo but like I did when he did Adventure Skeletons, because that happened the day after Hanzo died.
What?
Yeah, like we did a one shot a while ago where we were all skeletons. It was funny as fuck.
Oh,
But yeah,
damn.
for
Damn.
Jasonverse,
I want that.
continue the bit, use Hanzo, because that is someone Jason knew.
Yeah, baby. He was his long lost twin brother.
Yeah.
Who's also
You
called
can-
Jason, but he hid it from Jason.
Yeah, you can use a mini Thieria, because it was the same subclass.
Yeah, I mean, he probably just wanted to do exactly that.
Oh, probably Knowing Rat.
But I don't know. It's a level 5 character.
Level 5, you could probably do like 2 levels fighter, 3 level bard. Like, you'll
True.
still get action surge, you can
Yeah, that's true.
and like
Okay.
your subclass. That'd work probably.
Okay, 2
Oh,
rare items.
Yeah,
Um,
get
that's-
busted.
I wanted to do like a really stupid guy, but yeah, Hunter I think is better. That's a good idea.
A very stupid guy. Just think of let me think. Mason the Borer.
No, that's not someone who would be in Torn Bones. Actually, theoretically fine. You know, Jason will probably meet Eisler at some point. Well, it's possible. Yeah,
mean,
we're on
perhaps
the Bill's room discussion now. Well,
the build
the-
room? A build room, yeah, okay,
yeah,
yeah.
when Miss gets back, I'm having a wee sip. Of
Yeah, I
his,
also had it. I needed to, do
Mm.
business.
Yeah, mow the lawn.
No. Take a shit, Neve. Alright?
That was a very long shit.
I'm very slow.
Oslo
You're
said he
very
wins the
patient,
race.
as I can see. What were you doing again? You said you're very slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, shitting.
Oh, I'm sorry for saying you're very patient, as I can see. I regret it.
We don't need to.
Okay, was he an elf?
Yeah,
Yeah, would have, I think.
yeah, what else?
Okay. uh,
Yeah, here's the raw hands image for you. It's just so you can have it for the character sheet. Hold on. Let's see, where is it? There.
okay. Jason Belfont, the
16th.
No. Wait, which one is for the phones one?
16th.
Okay. Does the 15th exist? Do you know that?
Pardon?
Does the 15th exist?
That was, that's Jason's, the 16th. That's dead dad.
Ah, okay, that's, yeah, that. 17th.
Jason's theoretical son.
The 16.5.
I am
hello.
returned.
Hello,
You
miss.
granted audience once more.
I back
Yeah,
this.
why did you post a picture of Hanzo in text-to-speech?
Cause Fine came in talking about, he was like, Nevi, what character should I do for Into the Jason verse?
Do Hanzo.
And since I can't
Long
continue
lost
the
twin
bit
brother.
of using hands on one shots,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have Fine continue that on my behalf.
Excellent. That is simply
It will be the
tremendous.
finest running gag.
Oh, certainly. So, Kaji decides that he wants to go and clear his own name and find whoever's crime he's being pinned for. So he goes and finds the house of some, like, health insurance company executive,
Yeah.
and meets his son, who is
Yeah,
the one
and him.
actually responsible for the murders. His name is Ikudo, I believe. He brings,
Ikudo.
Ikudo. Kaji brings along Carl to pretend to be a Kakuro referee, but they end up getting found out, so they have to play this game, this like time guessing game, and whoever loses have to spend all of the excess time inside the fucking bronze bowl, which you may be familiar with as one of the most horrific torture devices in human history.
Miss, you're forgetting a vital part of this arc before they get found out.
Yes.
What?
You have no right to eat cup
Of
noodles.
course. Kaji's looking at Ikudo, and he's like, this guy is a fucking demon. He is a fucking inhuman degenerate, and yet here he is doing all of the same stuff that I do. You have no right to eat cup noodles. Because Ikudo, he's like, here, I'll give you 3 minutes of my time, because that's how long it'll take for my cup noodles to be done. You know, done with this chicken timer I have that doesn't make any noise for some reason.
Even if I recall correct, like most cup noodles usually have like 4 minutes
usually
in the
2
package.
minutes. Cup noodles are usually 2.
And I thought it was always like
You
two
put it in the
actually put the water in,
microwave, or you
you
put it in
stir
the
it.
microwave, or you put the water on it for 2 minutes.
yeah, and then like you wait, you stir it a bit and wait another 2 minutes.
Not in my experience.
Damn.
Usually when I make stovetop noodles, you boil them for like 2 to 3 minutes. But I digress. So that happens. Oh, and Kurama, Ranko, and Leo are here because they're also involved with Ikudo's dad doing crime stuff. And Ikudo's dad, I guess, has Yakuza connections. So he has this Yakuza guy here with him named Namarabone. I believe that's how you say his name. Who's
Probably.
a creep.
Who the fuck knows?
He's a freaky, disgusting alien man who I think may have some kind of inflation fetish. Hence why he makes that little henchman guy eat chicken all the time.
Yeah, probably.
I know he does it so that then Namarabone can chew on the bones or whatever, but like you could just probably get chicken bones or something. No, you have to make this random asshole eat a bunch of fucking fried chicken all the time.
Whoa, weirdo. Whoa, weird fella.
What a weird, disgusting pervert guy that talks about wanting to rape people all the time.
I
However,
hope
Kurama
that-
Ranko is exactly the same, so they basically have a creep off to see who has the bigger rapey energy.
I hope
Ranko actually
it's
wins
not
this
from the right.
interaction. Ranko is actually more rapey than the creepy rapist-looking guy.
Never.
Oh
Well,
no.
I rolled 2 once and a 3. I rolled 3 once and a 3.
Oh my god, perfect
That's gonna
stats for
be
Hanzo.
wisdom. Because he can't make really smart decisions.
Incredible.
A 5. An intelligence an 8.
So they play the game. Carl almost dies, but manages to escape. In large part due to Kiara coming along and bringing like a fucking ambulance to help resuscitate him. And Kaji ultimately wins the gamble by figuring out that he's using a mosquito sound in order to find out like what the exact timing is. You know, he's using his the timer that he used for his noodles. The reason you couldn't hear them is because they were using a mosquito sound that older people aren't able to hear the frequencies of.
I like how, in that short span, after getting his ass kicked by Yukide, he suddenly becomes a good gambler, sort of.
Yeah. Alright, so when Carl was in there, he used some trickery to survive being in there for like 10 fucking minutes. The thing about the bull is that there is like a pipe that you're able to breathe out of, although you fucking burn your hands holding on to it. And you breathing out of it is what makes all the bull sounds. But the thing is, when he was in there, he shoved his necktie into the pipe. So when Ikuto goes in there for like 6 minutes, he fucking suffocates and burns to death.
Yeah, and he gambled on Kaji never.
Very smart.
And Kaji never wanted him to go in there. Kaji was like, you don't have to fucking go in there. I don't care. But then Namarabone was like, yeah, you should just go in there or something. Yeah, it's totally cool. It's chill. It's fine.
Oh yeah, chill out in the Brazen Bull for a wee bit.
Yeah, it'll be all good.
Yeah, it'll
And
be
then
a wacky
Kaji's
trip.
like,
It'll be all
listen,
good.
Namarabone, you were the one that allowed Ikuto to do that fucked up shit, and you were the one that told him to go in there, even though you had noticed that Carl's necktie was missing. You killed Ikuto. You're responsible for all this fucked up shit. I'm gonna kick your ass. And naturally, Kaji gets his ass kicked.
However, Kiara shows up.
Namarabone goes outside, but Kiara's there, and because Namarabone had, like, I don't know, talked shit to him earlier, Kiara's like, listen, I don't give a shit who you are. It doesn't matter whoever the opponent is. I'm the one that kills. And he delivers a chop to Namarabone's neck so powerful that it
That
fucking...
erases the neck.
It breaks it at like a fucking 90-degree angle. His head spins around, and his fucking eyeballs fly out of his skull.
Yeah, and he ragdolls.
He Gmod
Yes.
ragdolls. It's incredible.
He created Dracula. Okay, by what I understand, Ikuro deserved it. Let's be honest.
What do you mean by what
He
you
could've
understand
deserved-
it? He totally deserved
I
it.
mean, he could have redeemed him. Like, Kaji was wanting him to redeem himself.
Yeah. Because
Yes,
Kaji
but-
believes in human decency.
Yeah, and doesn't think, oh yeah, people should die for doing a few wrong things.
Even though Ikuto clearly did more than just a few wrong things.
Yeah,
Yes.
but hey, you know, there was always that chance. And that's what Kaji was after.
Listen, as a matter of principle, I'm against the death penalty, but if you're someone like Ikudo, yeah, I'm cool with you getting killed horribly.
Yeah, Koji, what do you think of the death penalty for drug addicts?
But Cody, oh god, wait, was this something we've asked Koji before?
Yeah, this was like a few months ago.
And
Like,
didn't Koji have something really terrible to say about it?
Yeah,
You still there, Koji?
he's running away.
Did you,
I'm
do
a
you
changed
remember what
person
your-
in the character development arc.
Right,
What?
see, yeah, he's different now. See, this the light that Kaji wanted to Mikoto.
Oh yeah, of course. What were your original takes, Koji?
Yeah,
I
shut the
don't
audience.
remember, to be honest.
Well, that's good, because I don't really remember either. I just remember thinking, wow, you and President Duerte sure would get along well.
The only thing I can remember is something Aquia. Something like that.
Yeah, you want to be like a Koya and kill people for being drug addicts.
Wow, you're just President Duerte of the Philippines. That's really incredible. Now, while super murderizing Nomura Bone is a net positive, there is a bit of a catch to it.
Yeah, a bit of a catch, you know.
Just a mild catch to that one.
You know, the only reason Kiara could, but you know, we don't
Nomura
really.
Bone had a guy protecting him. A Korean bodyguard by the name, if I'm remembering it correctly, Gyangho Jonglyo.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Jonglyo means the end.
This is true.
Funny guy. And
What a funny Korean guy that I honestly expected to have a buzz cut or something based on his silhouette nature. But anyway,
You know, who named this man?
who the fuck?
And no wonder he became this.
An insane
fucker.
person.
He was
duh.
named by Korean people. Why would you name your son the end?
Yeah. that's the
No,
point.
not just Korean people. Insane Korean people.
It's true, they were presumably.
Cult.
No,
In
they
a
they
cult.
they
They
came
literally
to
were
the cult.
cultists.
They came to the cult after he was born, right?
Alright. Why
Yeah.
would they name him that then?
Because he's an anime character.
Oh, true.
Wow, so true.
So he shows up and rips the chicken guy's head off without Kiara even noticing that he was there, and then just fucks off into the woods. And Kiara's like, well, that's new. I didn't notice that guy was there. That literally never happens. So what Jonglyo does is he is contracted as someone's bodyguard, but he doesn't actually do anything to protect them. He doesn't make any action until after the client is killed. Once the client is killed, he fucking annihilates the people that killed them. And then he goes and signs on with someone else. So now, anytime people are hiring hitmen to assassinate someone, or when a hitman's being hired to assassinate someone, they do a little bit of research to see, is this person being protected, quote-unquote, by Jonglyo? Because if they are, I'm not fucking touching them. Ever. And what Jonglyo wants to do eventually is make a contract with every single person in the world so no one will try to kill each other anymore. Do you understand what kind of insane god complex someone has to have to believe such a thing?
A very sizable one.
Oh, you see, I'll just intimidate the entire world into not being violent anymore.
Wow, it's like Naruto. My goodness.
Okay, Neve.
Yeah.
What
Power of
skills
friendship.
would you have?
What do you mean by skill?
Hamzo. What do we have?
You mean like proficiencies?
Yeah.
Fucking acrobatics, cause backflip
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you see
definitely.
see an
Yeah.
opponent.
Yeah.
Probably, survival, because
inside.
you like knitting.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
right.
true,
Okay, yeah,
like,
okay. Okay.
I see
What would I have?
Artifice's backflip as something Hands will do.
Yeah. Deception, no. He's not very stealth. He's not very sleight of hand. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Oh wait, which one's the fucking knitting tools?
Those would be Weaver's tools, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just boy.
Weezer tools, yo.
I'm gonna kill you.
Not if I kill you first.
That's
I mean,
fair.
I mean that one song that Gay said was Nobra's theme song. That was pretty good actually.
Always
It
remember.
was Magmuse, I think. God, I can't forgive Giggy for that. Fucking Weezer.
No, it's a good song.
It's Weezer.
I don't know what
That's-
Weezer is.
They're a band that people either don't like or really like for some reason. I don't know if I've ever heard any of their music. Wait, no,
Good
I
for
think
you.
one time we were in
You're
VC and I
lucky.
turned on the VC bot and they were playing fucking Weezer.
Yeah, because Fi had like queued that before. It's a fucking
Boy.
hex. It curses the bots.
What a travesty.
Hey, Mikey,
Anywho, so now Kiara is getting chased by John Korea.
Yeah, for the rest of the series.
Yeah, pretty much. So then he disappears, and this is when we get into the next arc, which I'm not going to talk about too much, because there's like a whole... There's a lot of things that happen in it, but what's mostly important is just like the overall purpose of the arc. KY Declaration. Also
love KY
known as
Declaration.
Jeopardy.
Certified Discord moment right now.
I'm not going to talk about the dentist chapter.
Good.
I'm
I
not
mean,
going to talk about it.
I'd say
It never happened.
because
Yeah,
it's
what-
really because
Yeah,
one of
what
the
dentist
big-
chapter?
Does
big line is
everyone
about this.
agree that that's a terrible chapter that
Yeah.
just didn't happen?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think we
in-
can all agree on that.
it's literally in the manga. That's the thing. It's like
No, it didn't happen. What are you on about?
It
Fine.
happened. Usogui is 438 chapters long. What are you on about?
38.
Wow,
yeah, I guess.
Protoporos didn't happen? That's crazy.
Yes, for a horse also didn't happen.
Damn, that sucks.
So, with the information garnered from the L file, Baku decides, hey, what if we exposed a bunch of people on national television? Wouldn't that be the funniest fucking shit ever? And he's right.
so
It is the funniest shit ever. This
so he
is
hijacks
by
Jeopardy.
far the funniest arc in the series. It is so fucking funny. Because Baku gets to be a television show director for a day.
After, basically blackmailing the host of Jeopardy.
Yeah, because he believes that he was responsible for a hit-and-run accident that had paralyzed some woman like 3 years ago.
It was actually his friend doing that, but we don't talk about that part.
Yeah. That
Oh.
guy is actually a very good character. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, those... God, that guy
One-
was so sweet.
Which one?
The host
KY
of KY
Declaration guy.
Declaration.
Oh, no, okay.
Man, he should have went to Protoporos.
That would have been funny. No, he should
Yeah.
not have gone to Protoporos, because then he would find himself in a shithole country by the end of it.
He could have done you could have recorded it. Put it on
That's
live television
true.
or something.
That is true, I suppose.
Maki Makenta, that's the guy.
What's
Hey
his-
guys, we were playing
And
RuneScape.
Rose and Kaneko Shimao is the director.
Well, anyway, yeah, those guys. Basically, the whole arc is Baku exposing these guys on television. Also, he bought out some guy's company. So now he
Yeah, it
just
was-
has, like...
No, he didn't buy out some guy's company. It was Suecia,
He bought
if I recall
Shueisha.
correctly.
He bought out Shueisha.
Well, not Suecia, I think it was just Shui. Those are different things, I don't
It's
know.
probably
I-
Shuhei. I imagine it's the
I
standard
am
for
not-
Shueisha.
I
Because
am
it starts
not
with
a
the same
Japanese
letters.
citizen.
It's probably a stand-in for Shueisha.
Likely.
So basically the whole arc is just him exposing a bunch of politicians for committing crimes on television. It's the best, it's the shit. And the referee this time around is rank number 28 referee Yusuke Midara, who is also great. He is a gamer.
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 Purge
He
that
likes
woman.
purge that woman. That's how you can tell he's a gamer.
That's true.
He likes blowing
even
spit
have it as a
bubbles
sticker.
and making powerful people make silly faces, as to like cope for his dad, who was a powerful person that ended up getting hit with
Making a
that
silly face.
whole you are an Usogui character at the end of a gamble moment.
Yes.
He ends up getting into a fight with referee number 8, Noah Mitoshi?
Matora, I think.
Mitora, that's what it is. Mitora, who is Noah's grandson and kind of an asshole. Kakarot wants to stop the broadcast from happening because one of the crimes being covered up was something that Kakarot was directly involved in.
Yeah, no,
So-
it was more so that because of Labyrinth, they weren't allowed to talk about that.
Oh, right, yeah. Basically, this KY declaration would be violating Kakarot's moderation
Rules.
of the Labyrinth game. And they're like, well, we can't have that. So they send in Mitora. Kakarot at this point now has a group under its control called the Asia, which are basically just like cops, kind of. They're henchmen. So they've got like an army of goons now
like
to help them out and
Kakarot.
stuff. Midara and Mitora fight. Mitora had just gotten done killing the guy who was number 0 before Kiara.
Yeah, in a band match that was in a Congress.
Yeah.
I can't wait until we do that.
Yeah, that'll be great. So, either that guy is a total shitter, or Mitora's just really strong. I think it's a mix of the two. Because
Yeah, more or
Midara
less.
gets his ass kicked by Mitora, and then after he's gotten his ass kicked, he's like, man, you're feeling really high and mighty right now. You're feeling really great about yourself, aren't you? Okay, it's time for me to beat the fucking shit out of you. And then he just does. Fucking kicks a sword into his shoulder and shit. It was a tremendous fight. It was very
But
good.
it's a fake sword, so nothing bad happens.
Yeah, nothing bad happens when you get stabbed with a dull weapon.
Yeah, and of course they had to break into a movie set for that.
Yeah, they broke into a movie set and the movie production crew was like, hold on, this is extremely compelling. We gotta watch this. Somebody film it.
Imagine watching some drama set in feudal Japan, and there's this cut to a fight between two men in black suits,
Mhm.
and it cuts back to the usually scheduled show.
That would simply be fantastic. So, the purpose of KY Declaration, in one part, is to expose these guys. Then, it's to get everyone's attention. He wants everyone to start watching TV because they're like, oh my fucking god. Look at this crazy shit happening on KY Declaration. The next reason was for gaining control of the Emperor Tower for radio broadcasting in order to ensure that the signal kept being broadcast. And then, in order to ensure that that kept going, Baku scheduled a Kakarot match there. So Kakarot would have to protect the tower and ensure no one could interrupt it, meaning that the police would not be able to stop the broadcast. This leads us into the Tower of Karma. Baku goes to the tower to have a Kakarot match with some politician guy. I think he was one of the first dudes Baku had a Kakarot match with. He's a disgusting,
Yeah.
degenerate pervert, and he gets fucking killed by the guy who's going to be gambling here, who is an actual Kakarot member anyway, Sudaguma Satoru. What are they going to be gambling over? 50 billion yen in the Karamete. What's the Karamete exactly again? I can't fucking remember. It's basically owning
It's
a bunch of
basi-
companies.
It's basically spies.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a company.
Yeah, owning companies.
Conquer was on behalf. Yes.
Yeah, you need to do the Karamete to get all of that shit. And you also need 50 billion yen to challenge surpassing the leader. Because I guess the leader is supposed to get something valuable out of beating someone and maintaining his position. So he gets 50 billion yen out of it, I guess.
Yes.
Your life is worth 50 billion yen to me, I suppose. Now, who could we have here as the referee to represent Sudaguma? Well, it would be none other than the current referee number 0 himself, who rolls into the scene in spectacular fashion. Referee number 0, Kuruma Tatsuki, is quite the character. Goo-ha.
Ooh-ha.
Ooh-ha.
Ooh-ha?
So
Yo, where's
fucking
Tater?
Ooh-ha?
Goo-ha, black child.
Goo-ha, a black child.
Yeah, old 60-year-old man with Heelys.
He's not. He must be older than 60.
70.
Yeah, he's got to be like 70 or something.
I'd say 60.
Like he feels about 60.
It's hard to say because he looks
Yeah.
way older when like Kiara was becoming number 0. Like he looks older than Yaakov back then. I don't know. I mean, I guess he would be around in his 60s. No. Yeah, he would be in his 60s because in the present he looks like he's in his 40s or something. And the man rolls around on Heelys and says "Goo-ha" all the time. That's like his One Piece character laugh. Goo-ha. So what
Well,
game are they going to be playing here today? Well, they're going to be playing the Dottie game.
Which nobody cares about. However,
Yeah, no
To
one
compensate
actually...
for
I don't
that-
think anyone actually cares much about the Dottie game. We care about everything else that happens in Tower.
One guy, but yeah. He's like the only guy that actually thought like, oh yeah, that's a pretty cool game.
For me, the Dottie game is probably my least favorite of the gambles, generally speaking.
Well, except maybe like for me, like Old Maid, I thought that was like,
I liked Old Maid. I thought it was fun.
maybe it's just also very long. Go.
The Dottie game's also very fucking long. They get a fistful of marbles. They have to guess what the total amount of marbles the two of them have together is. And they're betting to find the number that gives them access to the bank account containing the 50 billion yen. Various shit happens. Baku gets one of his eyes stabbed so that he can't do the retina scan to log into the bank account. Marco gets into a fight with Leo and Hyogo, who is one of Ranko's other henchmen, who's very strong. They have a
they have a
three-way
blood
fight.
drawing machine in the tower.
There just so happens to be a blood drawing machine in this old abandoned radio tower that has like a fucking priest in it for some reason. We just happen
As
to
you
have
do.
this lying around in the Emperor Tower. Now, obviously, the police are going to show up to try and stop all of this shit. They send the private funeral division. The sweepers are there. We have Yaakov, a man of immaculateness that cleans the dirty things of this world. He shows up to fight some people. He juggles a guy's ears. Leader and the judge go to the MPD to basically tell the chief of the police to fuck off.
Yen Suichi has a pill cue during this.
Yeah, he has a pool cue for some reason, because he was playing pool with the judge, whose name I think is
Toya.
Toya? Yeah.
Yeah, and on the way there, they also use the pill cue to like stop a robber.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Yeah, kill that robber.
He just kills this guy who's trying to steal an old lady's purse.
While on the
because-
motorcycle.
Yeah,
with
while
with
on a
pill cue.
motorcycle that Toya's driving. With a pool cue.
Amazing.
So they show up there and they're like, hey, Chief, why don't we make a bet? You know, if you can beat one of our Kakuro guys, each time you beat him, you can bet an amount of people that you can send into the tower. If you lose, what was it if he loses? Was
Do not
that his
recall.
blood being drawn, or was his blood just being drawn over time regardless?
Oh, when you lose, you had your opponent's blood inject into you.
No, I mean for the chief. Like when he had his arm stuck in the fucking Chinese torture thing.
No, the
No.
chief had to leak secrets off the MPD.
Oh, for each time they would lose. Okay.
I think it was equivalent to the amount of men they sent in.
Yeah. All
It's
right.
like send one man in, one
So-
secret, 25 and 25 secrets.
Yaakov actually loses the initial round due to fucking Hyogo and Marco falling off the tower and landing on him.
Whoopsie daisies.
Uh,
And
so
Hyogo just runs back in like nothing happened.
yeah, like nothing happened.
Oh, don't mind me.
So the police are going to send in a couple people because of that. We'll talk
Yeah,
about
the
those
par-
people in a bit.
Yo, with their wacky little car.
Their wacky little car that fun things
Yes.
happen inside of.
Like Carton of Eggs isn't there, you know.
So Ranko is there with Leo and Hyoguro. They want Sudaguma to win the gamble because he is theoretically working with them, and if he wins, that means they get the 50 billion yen. However, there's another party involved in the tower, and that's Ideal. And we are there with Caracol and Martin White, who is an insane person that thinks people are his friends, and he likes murdering his friends so he can be sad about it. I don't care about him much. He gets his ass kicked by Ranko. It's quite satisfying. So, Caracol has a big crazy fight with Hyogo and Leo. It's very good. He has one of the most absurd feats I've ever seen, which is breaking the fingers on Hyogo's hand, which is holding a knife, so that the knife just slides up through his sleeve, blocks Leo's knife attack on his wrist, and then has the knife come out the elbow of his jacket to try and stab Leo with it.
And he also like fucking blocks a knife attack while it's on the way down.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It blocked the attack on his wrist. Crazy bullshit. It's fucking stupid. I love it.
He's a bit too correct, honestly.
What ultimately happens, though, is Ranko shows up with a gun with Fléché tranquilizer rounds and shoots Caracol with them to knock him out, and then he gets, like, thrown into a room that he'd set on fire. So it's like, ooh. Ah, yes, the snake always devours its prey, even if the prey is bigger than itself. Ah ha ha ha. This is not actually the best outcome. In the meantime, the game's going on. Yako needs to become number 0 so that Baku can challenge Soichi to surpassing the leader. So Yako's like, hey, Tatsuki, I'm going to challenge you to a ranking battle. And Tatsuki's like, no. And he throws Yako's handkerchief back onto his head. And this is when Tatsuki explains that, like, listen. Or at some point around here, Tatsuki explains that, like, listen. I like strong guys, as long as they aren't stronger than me. And I like you, Yako. I like the strong people that aren't as strong as me. You're a cool guy. I don't want to fucking kill you or anything. No, I'm not going to accept your ranking match. But Yako is incredibly insistent. So Tatsuki's like, hey, hold on. Give me your handkerchief here. And he has one of the Asia guys go and grab his stuff for him, which is...
Sewing supplies.
Yeah, it's like a fucking embroidery set that I guess Tatsuki just carries around with him. Good
Wow,
thing.
he's like Hanzo.
Yeah.
Fuck! So he embroiders onto Yako's handkerchief that instead of being number 2, he's actually number 0. So he's like, hey, here you go, Yako. I just gave you rank number 0. Congratulations. Everybody clap for Yako. You just became number 0.
Wow,
Ooh,
congrats.
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's great. So yeah, I gave that to you because I like you. But you see, in this day and age, when the ranks have their meanings again, your rank is indicative of your strength. And since now I'm number 2 and you're number 0, that means that you're stronger than me. So I don't like you anymore, Yako. So then Tatsuki accepts the ranking match. I used to like you. But, you know, there's other important stuff going on. You can't have them murdering each other in the middle of a match, so they wait. It's around now when the two members of the private funeral division drive into the tower with their car.
Yes, you do.
And start blaring their fucking lights and siren. Toski gets up on the car and is like, listen, why do you think there is not a sign on the tower that says, please do not drive your car into the lobby of the tower? It's because you would have to be fucking stupid to do something like that. However, I would like such an idiot. I would like someone stupid enough to do that. Guha.
It's a smart kind of stupid, I think.
Mm-hmm. So they get in the car. And inside are two people, Mitaka and Manabe. Mitaka is an old lady dressed like a normal cop. Manabe has gross facial hair under his eye, and is
It's
just
not
kind of like
gross,
a
it's
detective.
just, quirky.
It's gross. If you saw a person with facial hair like that in real life, you'd think it's gross. At least I thought it was much grosser earlier on.
It's probably the egg you're thinking of.
Manabe's defining character trait is that he likes eating half-grown eggs, which means eggs that have underdeveloped chicken in them. So they're like extra crunchy eggs. It's disgusting.
Crunch.
I love when Tatsuki's in there, he's like, let's see here, what do I know about you? Well, you seem to like eating eggs, based on the fact that the eggshells are cracked like that and there's fucking juices everywhere. I'm assuming that you like eating raw eggs. By the way, can I have one? I just like how casual he is about the situation. He's just like, can I have one of those eggs?
One of those eggs.
But then, you know, once he finds out what kind of egg it is, he's like, I'm
Never
good.
mind.
I'll pass. So then they decide that they're going to fight.
Uh-huh.
They're going to settle the beef between Kakuro and the private funeral division. But they're not going to leave the car to do it.
There's no violence on the first floor.
Right, because there's no violence allowed on the first floor. So if they're in like an elevated vehicle inside of a box, are they really on the first floor? So instead they're just going to fight inside the car. Which means we have a 2v2 fight inside of a cop car. It's fucking insane. Do you know what it feels like? It feels like some John Wick shit. That feels like some shit you'd see in John Wick. Obviously, like, the bullet flicking shit is more insane than anything in John Wick. But, like, having a really intense hand-to-hand fight using the shit in the car feels like some John Wick stuff. And it's cool as fuck.
And then Yaakov eventually starts driving the car.
Inside the building and crashes it into a wall.
Yeah, while they're fighting.
Yeah, and this leads up to the point at which the head of the MPD has died of fright because he thought all of the blood's been drained out of his body when really it's just like fucking fake blood or something to make him think
Yeah.
that he's bleeding out. So because he's dead, alright, non-poser referee now, I guess. He's ranked 16, he took over Katakuru's spot. I guess that was a thing that happened. Yeah, now private funeral division's absorbed into Kakuro. So now these guys are going to become refs, which is neat because they're strong. So that's good,
Cool.
I suppose. Now back up to the higher parts of the tower. There's a bit of a problem. You see, Karakol is a bit of a funny, funky guy. He doesn't like sleeping. He sleeps very rarely and for very short periods of time. Because he sleepwalks. But not only does he sleepwalk, he also basically does fucking removal when he's sleepwalking. And turns into a fucking orc. So like how I mentioned that Rodem is like probably top of the verse level, arguably so is Sleeping Karakol. Because he fucking annihilates Hyogo and Leo. Hyogo gets fucking murdered, like instantaneously.
Yep.
And then Marco shows up, and Marco's like, how fucking dare you kill Sideburns like that? And then he gets his shit obliterated by Karakol. And that's when Ranko decides, I'm gonna use this opportunity to stab Marco with a syringe so that he turns into Rodem. Because we have not actually seen Rodem himself come out since, like, the loan shark, or the the poker thing.
Abandoned
Poker
mine.
shark.
The poker shark. Those assholes. That's the last time we actually saw Rodham come out in full, I think.
Oh, was it? Hmm.
I mean, I suppose he came out to fight Kiara, but like that was the last time that someone like injected Marco with a needle and then brought out Rodham. And there's even conveniently a mask in the building for some reason. So then you have the return of the masked devil of the abandoned building fighting Sleeping Caracal, and it is absolutely fucking insane. I mean, it's an absolutely absurd fight, to the extent that one of the snipers watching what's going on is saying, I don't want to tell you what's going on because you will think I'm insane if I tell you what's happening.
Yeah, and like this has to one up how Marco and Hyogo were running on the sides of the tower on the little fucking grooves in the
Yeah.
metal plating.
It's nuts.
And one up it does.
One up it does, especially when you fucking reach a point where they both have a wire wrapped around their arms and they're both hanging off the building punching each other. And this, I think,
No,
is where
no.
we get... Oh, wait. What would you consider...
I'm
before that?
talking when they are running across the fucking
The
windows
fucking
Oh,
in
that,
the
that
tower.
too, yeah.
The fucking
yeah.
windows.
I suppose they were running along a vertical surface.
We need to do a live action recreation of that.
It's impossible.
It'll be after we do the car fight.
That's what cowards would say.
Yeah, you know what? I'll accept that.
It's gonna be Griever versus Bob.
Great.
So, that happens. I think this is where we kind of get the culmination of Marco's character development. I
Yeah.
feel like this is kind of where his character arc ends.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything really after this.
Yeah.
Except like
Kind of help out
seeing
during...
Kiara's dead body and being like, damn, I gotta get stronger.
Right. Marco realizes that Rodham was a personality created because Marco didn't want to have to kill people, and he just kind of like shoved all of that onto Rodham. You know, he refused the responsibility. Also, because Rodham is supposedly invincible and can never be really hurt by anyone, he has like no pain tolerance. So like all of these injuries are really fucking hurting him and bothering him, so he can't really keep fighting. Whereas Marco is used to getting hurt all the time. So these injuries, they don't bother Marco at all. And then Marco takes back over control. He punches Caracal so hard in the face. I should mention at this point, like, both of their jaws are, like, horrifically shattered. Just because of how much they've been punching and kicking each other in the mouth. Neither of them should be capable of speaking at this point. I mean, you look at them, their jaws are fucking obliterated. They should be dead by all rights, if we're being really honest here. Because I'm pretty sure
However-
breaking your jaw, like, ridiculously like that can kill you.
Probably.
Due to, like, the nerves and stuff, I think.
Possibly.
Marco punches Caracal in the face so hard that it like, fucking pancakes. Like, if you go and look at the spread from when Marco punches Caracal, Caracal's face literally fucking, like, flattens out from the shockwave of the impact. It's hilarious. Have you ever seen a video, like a really slow motion video of someone, like, throwing something at a balloon or something?
Yeah.
It looks like that. But this doesn't actually kill Caracal. He gets killed by, Martin, who's not dead. And I guess that never gets resolved. I guess Martin's still just kind of out there.
That's a plot line for Usogui too.
I would not complain about getting Usogui too. Not one fucking bit. As long as it's still just as good, you got no complaints from me.
Me neither.
And then, yeah, Usogui wins the gamble, I guess. Yeah, I once again, I didn't really care about the Dottie game at all.
Yeah, well, at least we got those kill panels up in the helicopter.
Yeah. And Sudaguma gets shot by Ranko. But
Yeah,
then we
after
get to the
losing his
real
fucking
main event of the
face.
tower. the real main event of the tower, a ranking battle. This
Well, I
fight
love
between
ranking battles.
Yaakov and Tatsuki, who is the former leader of Kakuro and Soichi's dad, by the way, is so fucking cool. The power of the Heelys is not to be underestimated. The fact that these fucking Heelys are actually relevant to the fight is so stupid. I love it. Like you would not fucking believe. It's the reason he's able to get around so quickly. It's the reason he's able to slam Yaakov into that wall so hard. It's so stupid. This is when we find out that Tatsuki used to be the leader of Kakuro, but upon meeting Kiara, he was like, damn, I want to be a fucking referee. Also, he tells Kiara, I like strong guys, but as long as they aren't stronger than me, and I like you, Kiara. I'm sorry, Tatsuki, unless Kiara was significantly weaker like 10-15 years ago, you are actually smoking crack.
Actual
Tatsuki's
the
very
powerful
strong.
ones.
Tatsuki's very strong. There's no denying this. I mean, he's up there. Top 10, at least. But... Top 5, probably. But the idea that Kiara is weaker than him is hilarious.
Yeah, get out there.
Still a cool flex, though. I can't lie. It's a cool moment where it's like, yeah, I like you, Kiara. With the fucking menacing silhouette in the background with the eyes, even though the silhouette looks kind of stupid, it's very funny.
Scary Guha.
Guha. Very, very
Guha?
menacing Guha during this fight. Like, when he fucking rolls back up on Yaku, he's like, Guha. The dynamic between Yaakov and Tatsuki is very interesting. It's interesting for some reasons we get into later during Protoporos. But, like, I think it's safe to assume that, at least from Tatsuki's perspective, they're friends with each other. They're at least acquaintances. They're not on bad terms.
Not all.
And Yaakov clearly has a lot of respect for Tatsuki. We see a lot of this later, especially. I don't think Yaakov really believes that he's stronger than Tatsuki. I don't even think he really believes that he deserves the number 0 spot. He just wants to have it because he wants to, you know... The number 0 spot will draw me to the peak of all gambling, which is Usogui.
Yeah.
I have been denying my own desires for this whole time. I want to become number 0. Leader, please let me become number 0. He's asking to become number 0.
Yeah.
It's something that he feels like he needs permission for. He needs Tatsuki's permission to become number 0. It's not something he's really earning himself.
Yeah, and then, you know, this happens.
Yeah, they smash their fists together. Yeah, that is a
car crash.
That is what a car crash looks like. That is a head-on collision. I have never seen two hands get so fucking absurdly, disgustingly mangled like that before.
Just
And
punching each
then...
other that hard.
Oh, hello, Kingbok. How are you doing?
Oh, welcome.
It's been a while. He uses their broken fingers to cut open Tatsuki's neck and wins. So Yaakov becomes number 0.
Like, thinking of that on the spot, immense, like...
Battle IQ from refs is very high.
Yeah, very immense battle IQ feat.
So that's Tower. It's pretty good. Not for the gamble, though.
Everything else, though.
Everything else in Tower is fucking amazing.
Yeah. Just not the main part, you know.
Yeah, funny how that works out.
Like, bread's not the best part of a sandwich.
That, you know what? That's true.
But still
but it's what
makes
holds
the
it together.
sandwich.
Fuck,
like
that's
the
a good
gambling
metaphor.
tower.
Why is that such a good metaphor?
Well, it makes sense.
So, this is where we lead into our next arc, which Baku's not actually the main character of. The main character of Battleship is actually Soichi. And we get introduced to Soichi's problem.
Well, you have to go for creamers first.
Yeah, but Creamers is part of Battleship.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's part of the overall arc.
When I look on the Usogui wiki, Creamers is part of Battleship. It's actually called the Fugitive Bee arc.
Yeah, because it's about Soichi, the Fugitive Bee.
Yeah, so earlier on, it seems like Soichi doesn't even really remember who Baku is. And when he's talking to Toya, he mentions how he wants to just, like, forget things that aren't important to him. Like, if something's not an important piece of information, he just doesn't remember it. We find out that he actually has memory problems. He experiences severe memory loss on a semi-regular basis, about once a month. This was something that Tatsuki knew about, and this was something that their butler, Eba, knew about. So, in any situation where Soichi was to lose his memory, he would either go see Tatsuki, or he would go see Eba. However, both of those guys are fucking dead now. Now, in the situation where they're both dead, Soichi's just supposed to go to Eba's place, or he's supposed to go buy this book, this picture book called The Prince Bee. But in the meantime, while he is experiencing memory loss in public, he goes under the persona of Hachina Naoki. And while this happens, he gets kind of caught up in a little bit of a police investigation into, like, fucking money laundering and weapon smuggling. So him and this guy named Ufuna go on a quest, a side quest, buddy cop side quest, to go find whoever's fucking transporting this money and weapons. Which leads to Soichi going into a Denny's and ruining this guy's life with coffee creamers. No, I will not elaborate on that.
No need to,
Anyway,
that's
so
basically what
Battleship.
happened.
That's literally
So-
just what happens. And then they go
so,
to Battleship.
Yeah, the main game, Battleship.
They play Battleship. But it's
Yeah,
actually
with some weird homeless
Ufuna
guy.
playing Battleship with a naked Russian man wearing a captain's coat that has his chin cut open so that he's able to stick his tongue out through it because he's been victim to the Colombian necktie that he likes giving to other people. So Ufuna and the captain, whose name is Lacey, they're going to have a gamble playing Battleship. If Ufuna wins, the ship stays at port. If Lacey wins, they get to leave. Kaji gets dragged along into this because of Carl's business. The 50 billion yen is stolen by Ideal because someone from there showed up and took the number from Carl, who would have seen it through the security cameras. So Kaji's there, and Kaji calls along a Kakura referee, and we get, what's her rank, 91 or something?
Yeah, 91, Mogami.
91.
She's the lowest we see.
Mogami. The queen. Huzzah! A woman! I can't believe it. This arc makes up for like 2/3 of all of the women that show up in Usogui. So these two guys play Battleship while Soichi just kind of travels around the boat trying to figure out how to win the game.
Yeah.
The art in this arc is very good. Ufuna makes for a pretty good main character. It's basically
Yeah.
Kaji again. It's basically like
Like-
early Kaji.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's like smart enough to be, you know, a politician, a good politician,
Right.
while, you know, not being like too clued in on gambling.
Right.
As opposed to Kaji, who's just some guy.
Right.
TM.
Ufuna is basically Soichi's Kaji. The parallels are very clear later on. This ship is part of Ideal's operations. The Ideal operative there who's running things is someone named Voya, who originally appears to be a guy, but is actually a
Huzzah, a woman.
freakishly buff woman
Huzzah.
with bad fashion sense. Like, really horrifying fashion sense. and who is very fucking strong and insane, because her mom tried to murder her when she was a baby. Oh, and her dad's actually the captain. She ends up getting killed by Soichi in like an underwater fight. It's neat. Ufuna loses the game only because of last-minute tomfoolery from Lacey. Oh, and the most bullshit fact that if you do not hit the tile in the space where the ship is, you will miss it. Which is bullshit. It's absolute fucking nonsense. But this is different from normal Battleship anyway, so I guess it works. But it doesn't really matter anyway, because the ship ends up sinking later, and Ufuna is rescued off the ship by Soichi, who ends up being able to use, I think, Voya's phone? Did they use Voya's phone, or just his own phone?
I can't recall.
Well, anyway, it's because of this that he ends up calling up that guy who called him after the abandoned mine. And is like, yo, how would you like to meet me in Madarame Baku? So he calls him for that later. But he's like, yeah, Ufuna, I like doing buddy cop shit with you. I'd like to keep being Hachino with you, which was the first point where I'm like, damn, this dude's a bit fruity, holy shit.
And then bookstore happens.
And then bookstore happens.
A bit fruity.
Which is a flashback of Soichi meeting Baku like 10 years ago at least. During another memory loss, in which he's going to get his dementia pills, aka the Prince B, and Baku's just like, nah, I'm gonna take the book from you. Because it's the legendary Prince B or whatever.
Yeah, my dementia meds now.
They're mine now, you fucker. And now I will take this opportunity to read another green text.
Oh boy, I love those.
Leader enters a gamble. A copy of the Prince B is at stake. The game is find the most expensive book. The opponent is cheating. His book is clearly less expensive. Leader loses the gamble. Our anti-hero is in big trouble. The bookstore owner has lost confidence. A porno mag can't be the more expensive book. Leader suddenly gets a lot more attractive. Loses memories again. Who are you? Close-up of his face, confusion evident. Cut to his opponent talking to his tulpa. Where am I? This triggers his opponent to have a flashback to his childhood. Flashback takes up 10 chapters and reveals that literally everything that has ever happened was part of Baku's plan. A dark silhouette appears in the distance, eating a salted pickled plum. Leader is a gambler. This is all merely a trick to bait Leader into another gamble. Leader enters a gamble. That's bookstore summarized for you.
Yeah,
No,
also
not
stuff has
actually,
happened.
because there's also important stuff where Baku and Soichi end up becoming friends because of this, and Baku gives him the nickname Hal, which you may recall was the name of his friend from that alibi he gave during Labyrinth, like 200 chapters ago.
Yeah, 200 chapters ago.
Yeah, 100. Actually, a little over 100 by that point.
Yeah, a little over 200. Which then explains what that story was actually about, because initially it seemed like that story was him referring to accidentally letting Kaji get involved in this shit, and now having to be on the run. But it turns out he was actually talking about his friend Hal, who ended up going to a gamble that Baku was supposed to be in, and almost got killed. It was a gamble with Fukuro, who was a guy we are introduced to during Tower, a guy that Sudaguma was gambling with. He is the poker junkie. As far as we can tell, he's probably like the best poker player in the series or something.
Yeah, for sure.
He is
Yeah,
top of the
definitely.
verse at poker. And what ends up happening here is Hal almost gets killed, but is rescued by Eba, who dies in the process. So, in this respect, someone literally died because of Baku. But then, Hal goes back to Abe's place and watches the video that's supposed to replace his memory, and then he goes back to being Soichi. So then Hal is killed because of Baku. And then later on during Surpassing the Leader, actually, technically we find out a little bit before, Baku finds out that Soichi is the leader of Kakarot. And it seems like being the leader of Kakarot and having to get his memories replaced by these people who want him to continue being the leader of Kakarot makes him into a different person from his friend Hal. And thus, it seems like Baku's actual motivation in surpassing the leader is saving him from having to be the leader of Kakarot. That seems to be the case.
I agree with that. You. And also, so he can have his own allies to
Help him out with some stuff
take
later.
on Gonin.
Yeah, we find out
Oh,
about that
okay.
way
Maybe.
later.
Yeah.
Anyway, a shield of expression, but it's the face of Adam Sandler.
Pardon?
What?
Expression.
What expression?
Shield of expression. This in front of the shield is shaped like in the likeness of a face. While wearing the shield, you can use a bonus action to alter the face expression.
Oh my fucking god.
Good idea.
That is horrifying.
And I'm just,
You're
collecting
definitely going to hell for that
Yeah.
one, Chief.
Yo, what if Adam Sandler appeared in Usogui?
That would be crazy. That'd be fucking wild as shit.
Yo, they, like, none of them have seen Happy Gilmore before, but they gamble over the events of
Plan A.
Happy Gilmore.
That
Plan
would
A
really be incredible.
involves Adam Sandler.
Oh, of course, A for Adam, of course.
Right, of course.
And Adam Sandler.
All along, this fantastic manga was a ploy to make you watch Happy Gilmore.
Wow! That would really be ingenious, I can't lie.
It's like that fucking hard drive article from yesterday, with like the several month D&D game leading up to a dick joke.
Yeah. So, after flashback's over, you know, Soichi had gone back to the bookstore and met up with Baku again. They were both in the same place again, fighting over the Prince Bee. What a coincidence. Soichi decides to use his phone to call back the leader of Ideal and is like, hey, I'm here with Madarame Baku. You want to meet up or something? So Vincent Lalo, the leader of Ideal, is like, sure, and then fucking parachutes down to wherever those two are hanging out.
Yeah, and that parachute was mentioned on live television, of course.
Yeah. This leads us into our next arc, which is technically the second to last arc. You could consider it
Yes.
to be the beginning of the last saga. It's the beginning of the third
Yeah.
act. Protoporos
160 or so chapters.
in total, if you want to include Surpassing the Leader and Eric Poker. First off, Katakuru's back. His pompadour is gone, but he has an eye patch. And now he's rank 2. Because, I mean,
Yeah, the eye patch with the weird biohazard-like symbol that's
Yeah.
been behind the cover.
I have no idea what the deal is with the biohazard symbol.
It's just there, I guess.
They thought it was cool.
It's like the Apple logo.
That's true. Katakuru's back, and he's now referee number 2, as he should be. Because obviously now someone has to take Yako's place. And if Nacho's
Yeah.
now referee number 16, it would make sense. Katakura would take whatever new higher rank that's available to him. It's not like he's gonna
And
get fucking
his-
demoted.
Yeah, and the brain damage has
The
given
brain
him
damage has altered
power.
his personality slightly, and given him a new power that we'll get into when we get to collecting the handkerchiefs. So, the three geniuses, Baku, Soichi, who's currently Hachina, and Vincent Lalo, all get together, and they agree to hold a band match, which is when Kakarot designates a certain area as being the site of a band match, in which Kakarot members, a set amount, go around and can just kind of challenge each other, or I think basically anyone in the band zone, to a gamble. That'll then be reffed by Kakarot. So it's like a Kakarot match festival. And the guy who's gonna be the lead referee for the band match is our guy, the gamer, Midara, who absolutely shits his fucking pants upon realizing who is here for this band match.
Yeah. John Ideal, John Leader, and John Usogui.
John Gambling.
When it comes to setting up the band match, there are 3 things to select: the location, the time, and the
F.
players. Midara is the person that selects the location, so it's left up to see what cards Vincent and Baku get. Baku gets to pick how long the match lasts, and Vincent gets to pick how many allies the players can have. Now,
Oh boy.
Baku decides to have it last 24 days, starting from the current day of December 7th, I think that was the current day, to December 31st, New Year's Eve. And Vincent decided that each person could have 4 allies. Oh, right. Also, following up Baku getting the time card, we get an if with ellipses that is answered
200 chapters later.
about 100 chapters later.
No, 200.
Oh. Yeah, about 200 chapters later.
Yeah,
Fuck.
this final stretch is very long.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole last act, so it would make sense. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. If. Why don't you make if into a GIF caption, Neve?
Oh, good idea.
Did you not think to do that when you were like, if is fucking insane?
Let's find something I could be working with. Let's see. Is there any good for a guy punching a clock? Clock punch. There we go.
So he picks the time, and Vincent's like, wow, that seems like kind of a long time for a match. And Baku's like, what do you mean it's a long time? You should be saying it's going to be a really short amount of time because it's the last 24 days of your life. Because whoever loses this gamble is going to die. It's a match to see who earns the right to surpassing the leader, because obviously Vincent stole the 50 billion yen. So whoever wins gets the 50 billion yen, and they get the right to challenge surpassing the leader. So surpassing the leader will be held immediately after the band match. So it'll be held on January 1st, on New Year's Day. Vincent picks that each person can have 4 allies. So Baku picks Kaji, of course. Marco, of course. He picks Hachina because he knows that he's going to be trying to fuck up the game so that neither of them can win and no one can challenge him to surpassing the
I
leader.
know. Okay.
Too bad.
No.
And the last ally he picks, of course, is Kiara, who we haven't seen since Bull's Womb.
Yeah.
You know, in the present. Who's, currently riding around on his motorcycle. So Vincent picks 2 other
And
guys
he's
that Baku's never heard of. Then he also
been
picks
awake
Fukuro.
for like the past week.
Yeah. He picks
No
Fukuro.
sleep.
So Fukuro is going to be
Can
relevant
rest.
in Protoporos. And then the last guy is someone else who's also a little busy with some things. He believes that the entire world belongs to him. As a matter of fact, he calls it my world. It's Jonglio. How convenient. Who's busy chasing around Kiara in this absurd game of cat and mouse. Kiara's driving around on his motorcycle, and Jonglio tries to fucking crush him by crashing a semi-truck. It's ridiculous. So these are our players. Oh, and there's like 2 other guys that Lalo picks that we get introduced to later. So where does Midara pick for the band match? He wants to pick someplace creative. He wants to pick a place that's unique, kind of different, Because, like, the last band match that happened was in the middle of Japan's Congress. During a congressional meeting.
Sounds very fun.
So he picks this island, which is currently being used for a real-life version of the game Protoporos Online. Which is also why this is called the RuneScape arc. Because they're basically playing an MMO in real life. So they're going to go play this MMO for 24 days. Whoever is Kaiser, as in the person that's united the 3 kingdoms of the island, on December 31st, is the winner of the band match. So then that's what they compete over. They start off as slaves, and they have to work their way up to becoming kings of their respective kingdoms, and then managing to conquer the other kingdoms and become the Kaiser. This is done through a wide variety of things. We meet quite a few different characters. We meet referee number 5, Econ, who is great. Big, cheery, muscle Santa man. I love Econ. We meet Amin, who I didn't realize was a chick until way later.
Yeah, like everyone.
Who I think is rank number 7.
Yeah, 7. Lucky number 7.
We meet Makami, who's number 4. We meet Doji, who's number 11. We meet Shion, who's number 6. I think those are all the new refs that we meet during Protoporos.
A lot of people.
Yeah, quite a few people. We obviously have a bunch of new characters who are players of Protoporos. The allies of Vincent Lalo that we meet, the first one is Robert K., who tries to fight Kiara in the arena. Does not work. He gets exiled, but this is part of Lalo's plan because he wants to use Robert K. to get him off the island so that he can then tell Lalo's other allies where the island is so that then they can come and provide extra support. So he can basically cheat to win the game.
Mm-hmm. Very smart move.
Yeah. The other one is Floyd Lee, a guy who's like a conspiracy theorist that likes exposing conspiracies. And as I said, looks like some kind of chud that would run a YouTube channel that does the same shit.
If you ran a YouTube channel, that shit would get taken down immediately.
Floyd Lee is like, what if Alex Jones wasn't full of shit and also a horrible person? Well, I suppose Floyd's not the best person ever, but he's not like...
But he's not Alex Jones.
He's not Alex
much better.
He's not Alex Jones, yes.
Net upgrade.
Yeah, he's in that upgrade. He's much more attractive, too. And Floyd actually has a gamble with Kaji in order to take over a fortress. And, you know, whoever loses would also be exiled. And this is the last big gamble that Kaji does on his own. Katakura's the one reffing it along with Makami. This seems to be where we get basically the confirmation that, yeah, Katakura is Kaji's exclusive ref. And it's a very difficult gamble. They play this, what's the name of the game?
Contradiction.
Contradiction. With weapons.
Yeah.
It's a very high-stakes game, but Kaji decides, I am fucking sick and tired of being just a pawn for Baku. I'm tired of seeing myself as an asset to him. I will win this match. I will stand in as Baku-san's equal. It's peak. Great shit. That there is pretty much the end for Kaji's character arc with this match that he ends up winning. Because he got Floyd to step out of the line that he's supposed to stay in.
It's fantastic.
It's tremendous. Robert K. is supposed to get kicked off the island, but he's trying to, like, find information on where the island is and share it on the internet. So referee number 11, referee Doji, steps in to stop him. He has to use far more force than he normally would. It's far from the moderation he would impose upon himself. That all happens. And, okay, then we get to the big thing for Protoporos. Or what I consider to be one of the big things for Protoporos. You good there, Fine?
Are you alright? You doing good?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you laughing at? Please share. I've been DM'd.
Oh no.
Jason Belfort 16.5. What does that mean? I found out from one seat share.
What
I
the
hate
fuck
you
does that
In
mean?
response to a picture of Hanzo.
For Christ's sake.
16.6.
Hold on, I need to read about the Philadelphia experiment. As,
The what?
something Neve posted in the TOB chat earlier. This image quality is too low for me to read it.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
To read it regardless.
see the in text to speech.
Okay, so
Penis snatcher incoming. Where's the penis snatcher? Neve, what is
What?
the penis snatcher?
You'll see.
the penis snatcher.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
the
I heard about this
replacement I gave
yesterday.
Neo.
Jason Belfort the 16.5. Fun art of him. Want to see? Sure. I hate you. Holy shit! Damn, that's cracked.
Medical status. Going on a trip to Las Vegas. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so the big thing, one of the two big things in Protoporos, in my opinion, the two biggest standout events in Protoporos, it's time. Kiara has to gain control of the outlaws on the island, and he's going to do that through a gamble. A
Of course.
gamble of who can win this fight between him and Jonglio. My god, is this fight insane. So for starters,
Yeah,
it's being
before that
reffed
happens,
by Mitaka and Bandai, who is the new
Yeah,
number
Bandai.
10, and Bandai hates all enemies. He's allergic to enemies, and he still considers Mitaka and Manabe to be part of the private funeral division. So he forces Mitaka into a ranking match, which is like whatever.
I need to remember that before this. You know, when Kiara started going around for the outlaws, he ate the pickle plum too.
Oh yeah, he did
The
eat a
whole
pickle
time.
plum as well.
Anyone who wasn't Usogui did that.
Yeah, I think that is the only time anyone else has ever done that. Yeah, he meets up with not Howard Stern, who's responsible for creating Protoporos.
But not
just hanging
really,
out on the
because this is
island.
a fake Howard Stern.
Yeah, fake Howard Stern. The real one's hair isn't as stupid.
Yeah, the real one's stalking fake Howard Stern. Imagine fucking stalking a fake version of yourself.
How does
and
that even
making
work?
them think they're real, and then seeing them make this LARP island. I don't know. Sako is on the good shit, I guess.
Dude was tripping balls when he made this shit, let me tell you.
Absolutely.
Bernice, did you watch the video of me reading through this stuff?
I think I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think I watched the entire final stretch.
Excellent. So, they're gambling over control of the outlaws. Obviously, if the need were to come about, neither of the refs could kill either of these guys, so they have them take poison. And they're basically fighting over the antidote for the poison that needs to be taken within 5 minutes after ingesting the poison. And the refs are going to do the same when the time comes for their fight. So, the fight begins. They get into a bit of a scuffle over the pill, which Bandai flicks away because he wants both of them to die because they're both enemies of Kakarot. Kiara flicks off Jonglio's nose.
As you do.
Yes, you do, yes.
And this results in Jonglio's sunglasses falling off, which, you know, the nose isn't there to hold them up anymore. This is where we get the reveal of Jonglio's shtick. So his family was part of a cult. They joined a cult to try and cure his terminal illness. Obviously, the treatment involved the cult leader fucking his mom, as it always does with cult leaders. And they basically gave him like a safer, less tortury version of what happened to Marco. And instead of it being with his brain, it was involving like cell production.
Yeah.
So it just resulted in his body being really fucking strong. But what ended up happening at some point was, what exactly happened? What was it that caused him to fucking snap?
I I do not recall. I think it was the leader doing the mom fucking or something.
It may have been the leader's hypocrisy.
Yeah, no, it was definitely hypocrisy, yes.
Okay. So, Zhonglio was like, okay, I'm gonna be hypocritical too and murder my fucking family. I don't understand the logic in that entirely, but he's also an insane person, so...
We'll
and
just
then
let it slide.
he murders his family, and then uses that as an excuse to go obliterate the leader of the cult. And this is actually the situation in which Lalo first encounters Zhonglio, and that's why he knows him. So, because of the stuff that happened to him, Zhonglio ended up becoming like a fucking super athlete and shit. But then he decided to take things even further and start using steroids on his fucking eyes so that his reaction speed would become absurd. Like, just have an impossible reaction time. So now that's why his eyes are fucking
And
giant
that's exactly
and
how it
bulging out
works.
of his skull.
Yeah, man, it sort of has an astigmatism problem.
Yeah, he gave himself fucking astigmatisms. And obviously he has a god complex. That's why he's referred to by Vincent and the narrator as a god. He had a god dwelling within him. He has the god's eyes. The god's eyes do not miss anything.
A god dwelling within him. My god, he advance.
A psychopath
My
of a
goodness.
god.
My god, the advance.
I like the description of a psychopathic god.
Yeah, that's cool.
So now, Zhonglio's fighting with no nose. They go fighting down along the cliffside, like fighting along this little fucking edge to get the pill. Bandai
That's
decides
cool.
to, like, stomp on the cliff so it's starting to fucking collapse, so they've got, like, a bunch of rocks falling down around
Because
them
he's
and
an
stuff.
asshole.
Because he's an asshole.
Yeah.
And because Zhonglio's reaction time is so good, he's just dodging all of the rocks extremely easily. Let's see, what exactly does he say to Kiara? I have always been watching you. Everything looks still to me. Which I think is the only time Kiara's ever been freaked out by something someone has said, or he at least seems shocked by it. So they fight a bit more, and by that I mean Kiara tries attacking Zhonglio and he just dodges everything because of his reaction time. He takes the pill, he swallows it, and then turns around and says, alright, this is the end, Zhonglio.
Yes, Kiara gets hit by a rock.
And a big rock hits Kiara in the face and, like, crushes his eye. Which is unfortunately his good eye that doesn't have a scar on it or anything. But this is
Pretty
not the end
unfortunate.
for Kiara. He wants to keep fighting. This is what he's been wanting. This life or death match against someone as strong as him. And he is fucking pumped. He is absolutely fucking loving this shit. And this is when we should probably talk about the connection between Mitaka and Kiara, which is new. I don't think it was alluded to prior to Mitaka appearing in Protoporus.
I think there's like one or two.
Maybe
mini
one or
things that we've
two?
missed.
That I don't recall. I forgot that Kiara was Chinese. I'm very confident that was something that got brought up way earlier, but I had totally forgotten it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was brought up back
Yeah.
in Bull's womb, I think.
Perhaps. Mitaka knew Kiara since he was like a little kid, and has always known him to be someone that just, like, he beats people up because he beats those people up. More guys or stronger guys get sent after him, and he just keeps beating them up. And this gets into kind of a metaphor, a fable, about, you know, how along the food chain, a creature will eat another creature and then get eaten by something else. And then it just keeps going on and on. Something that eats always gets eaten by another thing. Until you get to the end with the bear and the hunter who's encountered the bear but decides not to shoot the bear because he doesn't know what's going to come to eat him. And in this situation, Kiara is the hunter. But unlike the hunter in that story, he shoots the bear. Because no matter who the opponent is, he's the one that kills. So he doesn't give a shit. So the moral that Mitaka has tried to convey to Kiara, and what this fight with Jongleo is the culmination of, is this is what happens when you shoot the bear. This person coming here is the consequence of you always fucking killing people all the time. just always fighting people with no regard whatsoever. This is your consequence. This is what comes after the bear. This is what comes to devour the hunter. But Kiara's not done yet. He fucking throws a rock at the back of Jongleo's head and starts climbing up again, but then just kind of falls down again. Then he gets back up. He, like, sneaks up behind Jongleo. And Jongleo is not feeling too good right now, because he's been doing, like, all of this absurd anime shit while not being able to breathe well because his fucking nose is gone. I mean, he still has the nostrils there, but, like, the actual nose structure's missing, and that fucks up his breathing. So, like, he's doing a lot of stuff without being able to get proper oxygen. It's bad. It's really bad for you to do that. And we get sort of Kiara's motivation here. And that he just really wants Baku to win. He really just wants to see Baku win, so he'll do whatever he has to make him win. And thus, thanks to his incredible reaction speed and his abnormal field of vision, the god's eyes did indeed see it. A savage, inhuman form.
Human form.
He indeed saw the hesitation and the fear that he himself has created. And then Kiara just starts, he goes to try and kick the shit out of Jongleo, and Jongleo kicks him in the fucking jaw, which obviously stuns him, but Kiara's not going to stop there. He just digs his feet into the ground and kicks himself forward so that his punch was just barely missed Jongleo. It was like half an inch short of his face. Keeps going and then fucking hits Jongleo. And then he just starts beating the fucking shit out of him. Until Jongleo's like, oh, sorry Kiara, you fucking lose. Ahaha, I saw the pill. So he jumps off after the pill, which is basically the win requirement. Even if you kill your opponent, if you don't get the pill, you're gonna die. So he leaps down after the pill. He is the winner that grasped victory within his hand, being pursued by the hunter that did not let go of his prey. As Kiara jumps down after him, and he's like, oh, really? You want that fucking antidote so bad even if you have to die for it? So he grabs onto Jongleo's face and punches through his own hand. I have never seen such a thing before. Never. In a million years will I ever see something like that again. Grabbing a guy by the face and punching through your own fucking hand. Talking about dedication, Jesus Christ. That's fucking absurd. He punches him through his hand so hard that it literally just fucking implodes Jongleo's face. And his fucking eyes, like, pop out of his skull. Like, just obliterates Jongleo's skull. And I love the line afterwards where Jongleo's, like, fucking, his brain has been reduced to mush. And he's like, oh, it's my world. Kiara's like, listen, I don't give a shit, man. No matter who the opponent is, I'm the one that kills. And the only world you're going to is the underworld. So fucking good. That is the best fight I've read in a long time. What was your initial reaction to this fight?
Let's see. I recall, reading this, almost having a fucking heart attack.
Yeah.
And adrenaline happening. I had to take an hour-long break from that.
What about you, Bernice? Do you recall?
I am trying to recall. Remember this, I had very low hype for Usogui starting. Because I only had one person recommend it to me.
Right.
I only saw like 2 panels and I was like, oh, that's some cool art. Check it out. I get to this moment, it was like, fuck. Because at this point, Usogui has just started going fucking insane.
Right.
And at that point, I had massive hype. But I had no idea about Jongleo versus Kiara.
Oh, I mean, I knew obviously they were gonna fight at some point, but I didn't know anything about the actual fight. So we were probably in a similar situation.
Similar situation. And I didn't know anything about another fight better than Tatsuki and Yaakov. That was the one fight I knew before starting Usogui. Someone told me, oh yeah, there's a very good fight in the Tower Arc. And I was like, alright, cool. Yeah, see? I get to that. It is indeed very cool. And then I get to Kiara and Jonglio, and I explode.
Like on the spot, you know, you're flashing the walls, whatnot.
Yes, my entire house, gone. I didn't have one. The entire area around where I was, it was gone. I had to
Wow.
relocate.
That's
I moved
really,
to-
that is quite the hype, I have to say.
Well, did you find a good new home?
I did actually. I then lost that home because of the cooking festival in Toriko, but now I found another one.
Oh, that's good.
Ah, right, of course.
So, Kiara kills Jonglio. Mitaka fights Bandai and kills his bitch ass in spectacular style with the goddamn spinning hat.
Yes.
Wacky old lady.
However, there are consequences to having your skull partially crushed by a rock
Yeah, and being awake for like
and being awake
2
for like
or
a
3
month.
weeks. And also, you know, ignoring other sort of injuries.
Yeah.
Like been accumulating.
So Kiara dies in oddly familiar fashion.
Yeah, this is before King Ganasha ended, by the way.
Yeah. What a coincidence. And that fuck does that
So
suck.
they're both Kangashi's end and Kiara's end are references to Ishita no Jo.
Oh. I see.
Yes.
Interesting. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. So yeah, pretty ballsy to kill off one of the main characters, especially after they win their fight. But it certainly does fucking wonders for Baku's character for the rest of the series, pretty much.
Oh yeah, it does.
Because this is, well, we don't know how much Baku cared about his allies the first time around, but he does not really take Kiara dying well. He gets into a fucking gamble to become king of his kingdom. He cuts off one of his fingers to do it.
And your reaction to that was immaculate. Like, you were like the genuine fucking gasp you let out, followed by the why would you do that? Like you were having like this casual conversation with Playfree 5 about playing sticks.
Yeah.
Or fingers, whatever. Also going on. Page turn happens. Why would you do that? I don't think I've ever heard you sound more baffled and concerned before.
It's because I didn't do a live reading of Hell's Paradise. If you had been there for that, you probably would have heard something, because it was something like that. Remember when Dragon did something like that? And it's like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
would you
which
do that?
time?
The
Which
time with his eye, where it's like, Dragon, you could have just closed your fucking eye, you idiot.
Oh yeah, we're just
Hello,
gonna get that
Fine.
at some point.
He's gonna
That'll
read
be
that
great.
at some point. Hello, Fine. How did you feel about the Kiara and Jonglio fight the first time you read it?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
What sort of effects happened to your physical body when that happened?
I mean, it was cool, and I'm not I'm not like the kind of guy that like, oh yeah, go when he reads manga. I'm just like,
Oh.
No heart attacks happening? Shame.
Shame.
yeah.
You should
I'm-
experience cardiovascular troubles when reading a good manga.
I mean, okay,
Well, anyway.
Neve.
Yes?
The guy for Into the Jason Verse also plays bagpipes. You know, because of you.
Shut the fuck up.
You made Hanzo Scottish as opposed to,
And also Weaver's Tools, of course, has proficiency in acrobatics.
yeah, for the backflips, of course.
Yeah.
Naturally.
What else did he do?
cover himself in oil
Oh,
and
brilliant
charge
idea.
at things.
Yeah, and then
I mean, yeah,
go
that's
and
the
do
bag
a
of beans.
kamikaze run.
That's the bag of beans.
Oh, of course, yeah. The bag of beans, you can deal, how much explosive damage was it when you throw beans?
When you empty the entire bag, it's like 5 T4, so really shitty. Just like,
Hanzo, yeah.
not gonna do nothing.
Spectacular. Thank you for having narcolepsy rat.
Thanks.
You were awesome.
Seemingly silly behavior, man. Putting 21 black hats on a fire hydrant. Wow.
Yeah, seemingly. Wow.
So yeah, Kiara dying is really good for Baku's character because he becomes like way more desperate. I don't know if that would be the word for it.
He becomes more crazier.
No, that's true.
Right.
That's true. I mean, cutting your fucking finger off to win a game of sticks.
He also prays harder.
He prays harder the crazier he becomes. And then seemingly baits Lalo into attacking him in his kingdom to become king after defeating the other kingdom, so that then when Lalo wins, he becomes Kaiser, but he becomes Kaiser on the 23rd. So then that means he won't be Kaiser on the 31st. He'll stop being Kaiser on the 30th, and you can't become Kaiser again if you already were. So that means that Lalo has already lost the gamble. What a funny prank you pulled there, Baku.
Yeah.
But he like runs off into the woods and finds Kiara's rotting carcass, which nobody decided to clean up. We just left him here for like a week, 2 weeks in total. Like Econ goes to pay his respects to it, which is great. That's tremendous. Because he acknowledges that Kiara is the undisputed strongest number 0 ever. But then we just leave his dead body there for some reason? Why? Why did you just leave it there?
So that other people can pay their respects to
His
it, of
body
course.
starts to fucking bloat as it decays. Do you have any idea
Yeah,
how disrespectful bloated Kiara looks?
Very. Like, look, it's so,
That made me
people
more
can have
upset
the-
than him actually dying.
It's so people can have, moments by being near Kiara's corpse.
And be like, I see we're gonna rot away here. I think
Yeah.
that is the most Baku has been uncertain about his ability to win.
Yeah, because that was after he thought Yako died, when, Bylong sort of...
Oh, that's when that is. Yeah. Okay, so then we should talk about that now. So, Lalo's allies come to the island. None of them are really important except for Bylong.
None of them really matter.
None of them really matter except for Bylong. Which is fine, because Bylong is cool as fuck.
It was up for like 15 chapters. Dies, best character. Not best, but one of the best.
Truly. This triggers Bylong to have a flashback to his divorce.
Those-
Yeah, he lives in a fucking shithole. Let me go grab the pals for that again.
Yeah. Previously, and like right before we meet Bylong, there are multiple Bylong imposters. Guys that are
those two.
pretending to be Bylong. One gets jobbed by Minoa in a flashback. The other one shows up and gets instantly murdered by Noah, who's like, yeah, you're worth about 100 million yen. 100 million is not nearly enough to kill a ref. So, conveniently, Phi was there when we were reading this, and Phi, who actually learned Chinese in school, was like, oh yeah, there's like 4 different pronunciations of Bylong, which naturally all have different meanings. So one of them's White Dragon, and then you have this one which is 100 Dragons. So the shtick with Bylong is that the man is apparently a mass of lethal weapons. It's a man made of lethal weapons. He can be fucking lethal with literally everything on him. He is somehow able to breathe fire, presumably through like having a fucking canteen of alcohol with him or something.
Yeah. Or
He
it was like oil, I think.
kicks the shit out of Amen, at which point we are informed he is indeed skilled in all arts of massacre. Amin claims that he is as strong as Tatsuki and Kiara. Now, first
I
off,
believe it.
Tatsuki's not as strong as Kiara. Is he as strong as Tatsuki? Yeah, about. Because his fight with Yaakov doesn't really get a conclusion. In fact, it almost seems like Yaakov is going to lose the fight against Bailong if Bailong didn't fucking run off to look for Ying.
Yeah, while on fire.
Yeah, while on fire.
Wow, fuck.
I'm laughing like a fucking maniac.
Right, of course.
Oh, my divorced wife, you there?
This is me when I look for my wife. This is like
Are
a
you there,
70-year-old Chinese man, by the way.
Ha, 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 ha,
It's
ha.
really funny that Bailong talks about Econ and Yaakov being geezers when he is 100% older than both of them.
Yeah.
Because he's projecting because he doesn't like that he's old and alone.
Yeah.
He's
The next
basically
time
had to
you-
retire out of age. Now he
Next time you
kicks
lose
the shit out of
Clover,
Amin.
like,
He
must become
off-screens
like it.
Econ, and then he runs it to go find Usogui, who is being protected by Yaakov. So then we get our fight between the Zero and the Dragon. And it's pretty fucking good. It's a little discombobulated due to all the nightmare shit. But the stuff that happens in it individually, really fucking cool.
Very
For
good.
starters, Yaakov decides to do a punch. Oh wait, no. Before the actual fight starts, I love what a fucking sassy bitch Yaakov is. He's such an asshole. Where Bailong's like, oh yeah, I wanted to meet you, and he's like, oh, hold on, what's this? Hold on, I'm a little hard of hearing. All right, okay, I got it. I'm the only one you didn't want to meet. That's what you said, right? I see. That's why you were running away from me, you little punk bitch. So then Bailong tries to shoot him with some ball bearings, doing fucking finger guns.
Yeah, so
Um,
making a weird dragon shadow.
Yeah, well no, he tries to shoot him initially, Yaakov dodges, and then punches him up in the balls. Not even punch, like he just fucking hits him in the balls with his arm.
Elevate him.
He elevates him, and then since he's in the air and can't dodge, he's gonna shoot him.
Yeah,
'Cause-
since Bailong's old, his balls have fallen off.
Yeah, apparently.
Like, just a crashing moment.
Right. Apparently, I guess because Bailong is like the only significant threat left on the island. If you manage to purge Bailong, it'll all be over. So he goes to shoot him. Bailong takes his hands out of his pockets to do the big dragon shadow over him, which is sick as fuck. I saved that page on my phone.
Your wallpaper?
No, not as my wallpaper. Though it would be a nice wallpaper. Maybe if I found someone that could color this. And okay, so Yaakov's for some reason like the only ref that carries a gun on him. So Bailong fires 2 ball bearings. One of them hits Yaakov in the ear, the other one goes into the barrel of his gun through Yaakov's jacket that he was using to conceal the gun. Meaning that Bailong was able to fire the ball bearing directly into the barrel of Yaakov's pistol without actually seeing where it was. Absurd precision. Then he flips on into the
Usogui
lodge.
character.
It's true. They're all absurd. He flips into the lodge to try and kill Baku, but Baku is so fucking kooky crazy right now that Bailong's like, what the fuck is going on with you? Whatever. But that little 1-second distraction is enough time for Yaakov to fucking smash through the window and kick Bailong. Another very cool page. Yeah, it was only a second, but it was enough.
Yeah, good page turn.
But they all end up getting knocked out because, well, Yaakov just kicked Bailong in like the fucking ribs or something. Usogui gets hit with a ball bearing, and then Yaakov does as well. So they all get knocked out, and then they all individually have some nightmares. I don't think Baku's is like an actual literal nightmare. His nightmare is being awake. Because I'm pretty sure everything in Baku's nightmare is just what happens to him after this moment.
Yeah. But everything else that happens before also.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's called the Protoporos Nightmare.
Oh yeah, true. So, in Yaakov's dream, he's in the hospital and he's been rendered like a fucking vegetable because he actually lost his fight with Tatsuki. Rather than the fist clash happening, Tatsuki just punched him in the head and like caved his fucking skull in. And Tatsuki feels bad about that. What was the exact wording? He said, "You died at that time, and I cannot forgive myself for that." Because if you recall, when they were having a fucking telepathic conversation somehow, they were speaking to each other just by looking into each other's eyes. Tatsuki
know
was
each
telling
other that
Yaakov,
well.
like, listen, just fucking let me beat you, and you'll be resuscitated, and we can go back to our old relationship with each other. But Yaakov's like, no, I want to become number 0. So Yaakov's nightmare is obviously losing and then being rendered like a fucking useless, might as well be dead person. And Tatsuki's like, I can't bear to see you like this. I'm out of here. Bye. And Yaakov gets shot by someone, but in his struggling, he unconsciously kicked the fuck out of some guy. Like, there were these 2 guys that came in to try to kill them. Like, these 2 random Protoporus guys. He kicks the shit out of one of them. And gets back up. Bailong's nightmare in the meantime was the flashback to his divorce that I mentioned, in which we find out that, you know, Mitaka is Ying, she knew Bailong. He gets up. He kicks up this random fucking asshole off the ground and is like, hey, put both of your hands on that guy's body. So the guy's just like, okay, I guess. Like this? Yeah, great. And then Bailong punches that guy with both of his hands to basically use him as a medium to do Fajin. He punched Yaakov by making another guy punch him.
You know, when he goes in for another attack, you know.
Yeah, Yaakov just rips his ear off unconsciously.
Unconscious.
I like how this is his unconscious instinct is to rip someone's ear off when they're fighting him.
And show it to him.
And show it to him. You need to show them
Of
that you
course.
ripped their ear off.
Like, if I walk in on Yaakov while he's sleeping, right, you know, in his retirement home, he's having his little nap, he's like, right, if I try and, like, go put, milk on his bedstand.
He's gonna rip your fucking ear off and show it
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
So they get back up. They get back into their fight. Bailong starts beating on Yaakov, and Yaakov's like, listen, I'm very thankful for you knocking me unconscious, because I was able to meet Tatsuki again. And in his mind, Tatsuki is saying to him, listen, don't mind me anymore. I don't mind it. It's not like I was killed by you. I was just surpassed by you. Guha. Is this like a fucking I say jump, you say how high thing? Anytime I say Guha, you all do it as well now?
Yeah, it's funny.
Yes.
It's true. Guha.
Uh-huh.
I like that perspective. I mean, it's not exactly accurate. He was killed by you, Tatsuki. Like, he literally killed you.
Yeah, by surpassing him.
But it was by surpassing you. So it's Yako's subconscious idea of Tatsuki telling him, no, actually, you are stronger than me. You do deserve to be number 0. It goes to show how much respect Yaakov has for Tatsuki. He really did view him as like a friend, I think, or at least someone that he admired. In which he says, like, listen, I've inherited number 0 from him. In this world, only Tatsuki is stronger than me. No one else is stronger than me. Anyone else I can beat.
At that point, you know,
He's probably correct by this point, because Kiara and Jonglio and Karakal are dead. I doubt Raudem's coming out ever again.
but at that point, yeah, you know, Tatsuki was dead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Yako,
Yeah.
you silly old man.
Yes.
So Baku escapes. Some more shenanigans happens. Bailong chops Yako's arm and breaks it really cleanly. He, like, his upper arm, I forget what the bone's called. Yako uses this opportunity to bend his arm around his other arm Because now it's double jointed thanks to the broken bone, and punch Bylong in the jaw by twisting his broken arm around his other arm. I feel like a punch like that would not carry that much force,
I don't think it would either.
but it's Yaakov. So,
Yeah. Highest fight IQ in the series for sure.
of course. Yeah, of course. This triggers Yaakov to have a 10-page long fight in which he breaks his arm into 73 pieces and uses them to construct a trebuchet.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, we got down to bones at some point.
That's something Fizar would do. Break my arm in 73 places and use it to construct a trebuchet.
Nah, have Alia do that against the secret boss.
But
That's
I
the
need
only-
both of my arms for two-handing my weapons.
No. That's how you. That's the secret boss can fly, and so you need a ranged attack, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, you
It's
don't have
strength
any. You don't have any use as a catapult left, so I have to break my arm into a trebuchet to throw something at it.
Yeah. Exactly. Here, take these 100 vials of acid. It's like a barrel.
Just turn your arm into a balloon animal. Anyway, Bylong has another flashback about his wife and realizes she had a fucking baby. So then he gets back up in the most spectacular fashion I've ever seen, which is him just catching himself while he's fucking falling. Like, just plants his feet on the ground and just fucking springs back up like a board. It's like stepping on a rake. That's how fucking straight the
Yeah.
man stands back up.
Yeah, and he's crossing his arms while doing that, I think.
And he's got his arms crossed. Well, I imagine if you cross
Yes.
your arms, it's easier to, like, tense your muscles up
I guess.
and, like, straighten out your body. It is, yeah. It's easier to straighten out your back when you're doing that. Or to keep your back straightened when you do that.
Yeah, imagine like like when you're holding a ruler against the table and like you flick the other end, right? It makes that sort of spring noise.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Bylong makes that noise and he stands up.
Hmm.
Spring?
Yeah, like a spring, I guess.
Mm.
So anyway, Bylong runs off, partially on fire, to go find his ex-wife. But he gets jumped by a bunch of rampaging Protoporus players and gets horribly beaten.
Yeah, these random guys top the verse.
Well, it's a
Top of
case
the
of
verse,
he's
yeah.
already been wounded pretty badly. He's a bit delirious, and he's getting ganged up by people that have weapons. It would make sense that he gets pretty roughed up, but he still manages to kill all of them in the end. But then, as a result, Mitaka does not even recognize him and kills him. So they never really have their reunion, which is pretty sad.
He never gets the kids back.
That's
Never got to see him.
pretty
No, that
depressing.
kid was alive.
No, the kid is dead, but yeah, that's a lie, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
the eye got eaten.
All right, you're trying really hard. I can tell.
Yeah, hit your time.
I agree. I concur.
So, yeah, that's depressing, but I guess Bylong is such a good character that he gets to join the ideal spread like 100 chapters later.
It's only like 30 or
Actually, it's not 100
50.
chapters later, but you know, later in Air Poker, he gets to join the spread of ideal members. I should
No,
mention that
it's not.
Bylong was living in like a fucking dump. The man has this extremely pristine white dragon print suit and like fucking snake leather shoes, and the man's living in a dump. This man is the embodiment of the, hey, I'm kind of having some trouble with money right now. Here's my monthly budget. Could you give me some advice? Hey, why don't you stop spending $1,500 on scented candles? No.
Nah, it's not scented candles. It's dragon embroidered.
My dragon
suits.
print suit. I'm like, Bylong, you live in a fucking shithole. You could sell that suit and probably
Like,
be
I-
able to get into a nicer place.
I
Well,
imagine.
with the current, if it was today, then probably not.
Like,
You
I
probably couldn't get a
imagine
house.
the reason Bylong looks like that is because, you
He's
know,
depressed.
he's an
Depressed
assassin. He
people
has
live
to
in fucking dumps.
be on the move all the time. Either that or didn't deserve
Well, because Lalo said that he was
better
retired,
home.
that he's out of the business.
Huh.
So no, yeah,
Well,
he
maybe
lives in a
he
fucking
felt-
dump because he's depressed and has no will to live.
And felt
Essentially.
no,
No pension.
ability to deserve such a place.
Right. He had no wife to clean the house. That's why he lives in a dump.
Honest. No wife.
So yeah, they meet up in the prison. Baku has his encounter with Kiara's corpse. I see we're going to rot away here. And
that happened.
I like that a lot too, because he was remembering what Lalo had said to him earlier. It's like, hey, the winner is decided by comparing what one has gained and what one has lost. And Baku's like, what have I lost, actually? And that's when he has his realization, as long as I haven't actually lost the gamble, I haven't lost anything. Because everything that is spent in this is all for the purpose of gaining something. It's only when I lose that these things have been lost to me. Because then they would have been spent for nothing. So I haven't lost anything yet. So they go to the prison. They agree to have a Kakarot match to decide who will become the Kaiser and win the band match. And this is decided through a little game of air poker. Also, Baku kicking Lalo's briefcase full of diamonds was tremendous.
Yeah, it was great.
Little treasure chest.
Your little treasure chest filled with your buddy's dead body.
Yeah. Compressed.
Your friend's compressed corpse.
Compressed human.
Now,
Oh,
I have a
Castor.
question. If the process only requires half of a human body, why didn't you just make more diamonds?
I think it was,
Oh, no, the
a little
the
under half.
guy.
Was it
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that guy
because-
asked specifically for half of their bodies?
Yeah, he wants the
Yeah,
body. It's being
probably.
half satisfied, healthy.
Yes.
If he says so. So air poker. Instead of gambling chips, they bet air because they're going to be playing poker underwater. Oh, and they use metal cards instead of using, and there are only 5 of them. So they basically have to pick out combinations for various poker hands. And they have to be able to guess which ones are the best hands, which they're not told initially. They have to figure it out, or they can figure it out. And the thing is, thinking consumes oxygen. So when you're on limited oxygen underwater, the more you think, the more oxygen you're going to use up. So when Baku realizes the rule, he's like, oh, and starts just burning through oxygen. And it's like, oh no, this is terrible. So then Baku's like, oh hey Lalo, here's the law. So then Lalo also starts burning through oxygen because he realizes what the rule is. I should mention that the art throughout all of this is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I love the
Yeah.
distortion. I love that one where it's where Baku gets stands up and you see like only his eye through his hair and it's like really weirdly contorted. It
9.
looks so
Oh wait, that
fucking-
one? Yeah, I know that one. His face is all fucking weird. I also love 9.
Yeah, 9.
9.
But it's the one before 9. Yeah,
9.
it's just so good, man. Air
Now
poker really is the best.
it is some peak. I think I might like it more than Surpassing the Leader. I'm not really sure which one I prefer.
I definitely do.
I think the game itself is more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's deciding what hands are being used with each of these cards that they're picking? Well, that's decided by Fukuro and Hachina, who are up above. When the card's given, they have to pick out which hand it is, but they're not actually given any playing cards. They have to sort them out in their heads. And whenever those cards are used up in a previous hand, they can't be used again. Oh, and whenever their player loses, they are subjected to the witch pain, which stimulates their nerves to make them experience some manner of deadly agony, such as
Yes.
being dismembered by horses, or being set on fire, or being shot in the head, being impaled. drowning.
And all of those have very good art for this.
All of those have tremendous art.
Especially the horse.
The horse one has really good art.
It's really gruesome.
It is.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So,
Yeah.
Hachina and Fukuro are basically getting fucking tortured. They're experiencing the pain of horrible deaths every time their respective gambler loses, which makes it then really hard to mentally keep track of which cards they would have available to them and which ones would be combined together to make the proper decks. And after a certain point, Hachina's subconscious is like, oh man, this isn't perfect, this isn't good enough. As it turns out that his memory loss is caused by his desire to be perfect, so it just like forgets him making mistakes or whatever. Or it's basically him trying to start over to be perfect. And then he tells his consciousness to fuck off, pretty much, and say, listen, if you want me to be perfect,
actually.
give me back all of myself. In a beautiful spread, with great paneling. And that's when he remembers literally everything that has ever happened to him. And he returns to being the perfect leader. Of course, since humans are incapable of being perfect, he is an alien that has come from another planet to invade the Earth and enslave humanity. Because if humans can't be perfect, then he's an alien. We are the ones that came from a
That makes
distant
sense.
planet to invade the Earth. And why did that make the refs laugh during air poker too? I don't get it.
It's a wacky prank.
What a
Yeah,
funny
because they
thing you're
didn't know
saying
about
there,
it.
leader. So, because he's now perfect, and his definition of perfection is being able to control any part of your body however you want, he just forgets the deadly agonies that happen to him. Because a big purpose in them is, once the wedge of agony is driven into you, you don't want to experience it ever again. So you're going to always be on top of your game. But, in order for them to win, Soichi has to save their better cards for the last round. Which means he will have to intentionally lose and experience a deadly agony. But since he can just control himself now, because he's perfect, he just willingly forgets his experiences. For me, this is my first deadly agony. That line might be the one that goes the hardest in context.
Possibly.
That,
Yeah, I agree.
or, you know, he's now being dragged down into an abyss deeper than he could ever
I'd say
imagine
that,
by the
I'd
god
say.
of death.
I'd say that's better.
It's a
But,
competition
like
between
more,
those two.
like a more iconic line, I'd say, is life's like a gamble that no one could win.
Well, that's
I think
obviously the most iconic line.
Yeah.
Because it's true.
Yeah.
So
It's
Hachina,
very true.
Soichi, whatever you want to call him at this point, intentionally picks a lesser hand in the 4th round so that they can have the winning hand in the 5th round, and that's how they win. There's also, of course, a bunch of tremendous art that happens throughout all of this. The landmines. Lalo uncovered his landmine, but he did not uncover the landmine that he had already stepped on prior.
How does that work? Who knows?
So Lalo loses the gamble. Baku is freed, but Lalo does not intend on losing gracefully. Oh boy, I'm getting a scam message from Citigroup saying that my checking account has been blocked due to unusual
Holy
activity.
shit.
Huh.
Well, you know what's weird, Citibank? I don't use you as my bank. I don't have a fucking account with Citibank. So, that's
Wow.
an interesting
Yeah.
text message. Very interesting. Lalo decides to grab onto Baku's leg and stop him from escaping. He just wants to make him drown with him. And it's like, oh, Baku, you broke the fucking air pressure meter on your thing so that you could actually hide that you were preserving air in your air bios. And here are your air bios over here that I'm able to steal from so I can just have as much oxygen as I want until you drown. Psych, those are actually empty air bios. Why would Baku willingly allow himself to be grabbed by Lalo and risk being drowned by him? Well, it's to trick Lalo into using
Why?
the spent air bios because he did not want him to be able to pretend to accept his defeat and die gracefully, because in his mind he really did blame Fukuro for his defeat. Oh, if only Fukuro had done this, I would have won. It's like, no, you're not accepting your defeat. You're a big liar.
I'll send you to hell in
you are
agony.
a
I'll
big liar.
send you to hell in agony. So, instead of pretending to accept his death peacefully, Lalo has like a big fucking freak out under the water about being fucking tricked. And then he dies.
And
That's
it's
the
me.
end. It's great. You're a big liar. Fucking bitch.
Big liar.
Yeah, it was also that and like a fucking. You expect me to let you die peacefully after you try to take my allies and my money?
Yeah. Go so hard.
You killed Kiara indirectly. You tried to kill my friends, and you took my 50 billion yen, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna make sure you die painfully. It's what he deserves. What can I say? So then,
Look at this page that I sent in text-to-speech.
wow, he's
Oh,
looking
that's
very
neat.
fruity there.
Yeah, I know. He looks so much more
That's
like
the spin-off art.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. That spin-off art, very feminine.
Feminine man? What the fuck?
Wow,
Holy
a
shit,
secret
Feminine man
boss?
is Baku. No way.
It makes
that's how
sense.
he
That's why
schemes.
he's the mastermind behind everything.
Yeah, that will be Operation Pussy.
No,
Yeah.
Operation Fizzy is literally, you'll find out soon.
That's Mammoth.
I don't even know what Operation Pussy is. I'm terrified to find out.
You will
Hey,
laugh
basic-
when that happens.
I mean, also, we, in Front of Bones, like, 9th level compares person turns someone into a diamond, and then, which can be used for Feminine Man's secret vault door to unlock the secret boss, the Lunar Dweller of the Union Vault. It's
Uh-huh.
actually Feminine Man's bodyguard, and then we meet the super secret boss, Feminine Man.
Wow.
Wow.
I almost feel compelled to make that a thing.
Almost. We just need a bit
Almost.
more compulsion. Secret, mastermind of the Miscord D&D multiverse.
Of course, of course. Now then,
Naturally.
Plums into your face. That's how he attacks.
Yo.
wow. Sounds a bit fruity.
Also,
don't
he
you
has
think?
Superman syndrome. You know.
Of course, because he's literally Jaji,
Yeah.
but smart.
Yeah.
Surpassing the leader. The last
Oh, so
arc
the
Dark
secret boss
episode.
is you, is Yaakov. Yeah, of course.
Hmm?
Is this bodyguard would be Yaakov? Or
Yeah, of course it would be.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah.
So, before we get into the actual surpassing the leader match, we have to decide which referee will be moderating the match, and thus, who will be deciding the game. How do we decide that? Well, it's by having the refs fight each other and collect each other's handkerchiefs.
Wow, I sure hope it's Haruaki Doji. Oh,
Wow.
man,
I
I
sure
love
hope
that
there isn't
guy.
any drugs in the forest. Ooh.
Wow, I sure do hope Shion is the one to ref surpassing the leader.
Oh yeah, Shion points, of course.
Young,
The
my
forest
favorite
is filled with
currency.
cocaine smoke. Ooh.
Now, Shion, I must admit, does have a very hot wife. I can't lie.
Yeah.
He's called.
He count.
Like, okay,
No,
what's
she's very hot.
She is very young.
Okay, what did you say to when you did her raid?
Yeah, Neve was like, she looks like a snake. I'm like, yes, that's attractive to me. I don't care.
Yeah, she looks like a sack. Yes, that's attractive to me. That's beautiful.
Shame she never does anything. Though I guess referee number 22 isn't in a position to do much. Also, Midara totally just stays as referee number 28 so that he can beat up people who are supposedly stronger than him.
Yeah, definitely.
So, you know, the refs all fight. Marco gets involved because he wants to make sure that whichever ref wins is one that will do a game that's easiest for Baku to win. So a skill and mind game one. He goes up to Mitaka, who's like paying respects to Kiara, I think. And she's just like, oh yeah, here's my handkerchief. I don't give a shit about reffing this. Here you go. Which is cool. I never expected to like Mitaka as much as I do. I suppose that's what happens when you bring a character back like 150 chapters later and then significantly develop them. Who would have thought?
And then you notice that she used the same finger bullets her divorced husband does.
Yeah, but with actual bullets, which kind of makes it even more impressive.
Yeah. Also, did the sword guy just give it to the moderation?
Well, he was gonna give it to Hiroaki. However, then he got high and was like, no, it's my handkerchief.
And then he just kind of takes it and like, yeah, okay, I guess. Which is weird. Like he would, I think he would be the most that just, fight. But
Alright, I'm back. I had to talk to someone for a second. Now what ultimately happens... Oh, is this fan art of her? Oh, tremendous. Yeah, you're full of shit if you don't think she's hot. I'm sorry.
yeah.
So anyway, the match ultimately comes down to Yako and Katakura, who had each stolen each other's handkerchiefs. It's a pretty good fight. Listen, narratively, it makes the most sense for Yako to ref it. I mean, like, that's what he's been here for. To eventually ref surpassing the leader. Katakura also has his own shit going on. Katakura feels like he can't escape the labyrinth, like mentally cannot escape the labyrinth game until he sees Baku fucking die. Because Baku did basically trick him into what ended up happening to him. Which is fucked. It is fucked up.
It's fucked up.
But it's because of all of this happening that Katakura remembers why he became a referee and once again, finally, gels that goddamn pompadour back up. And the eye patch comes off, so now he's really gone back to being Katakura for real. They wait until the last 10 seconds of collecting the handkerchiefs. And once again, you have Yako with the number 2 handkerchief, and he's fighting someone that has the number 0 handkerchief in a ranking match. And they're doing it in front of Kiara's corpse, who is the absolute 0. The unquestioned most powerful number 0 ever. So, they fight for 10 seconds. And at the 4th second, they hallucinate Kiara's dead body getting up and trying to get involved in the fight. Because from everyone's perspective, it's actually them fighting each other. From their perspectives, there is no one else who should be reffing this match but Kiara. But Kiara's dead, so it has to be someone else. And ultimately Yako wins, of course, and he earns the right to ref surpassing the leader. But Katakura does thank him because he helped him remember who he really is. Which is good. Everyone got good character shit out of collecting the handkerchiefs.
Yeah, even fucking Takumi.
Yeah, Manabe got good... Listen, fucking, we have endured. We have persisted through becoming part of Kakura. Just because the private funeral division is gone doesn't mean we've been defeated.
You're like these, weird, trees from Africa.
Yeah. So, surpassing the leader. What is it? It's a game of drop the handkerchief. But if you lose, you get injected with a drug that makes your heartbeat and breathing stop for however long the amount injected into you would cause. Sound like fun?
Yeah.
Sound like a great time? Oh, it is a time, let me tell you.
What's going on there?
Yeah, I think
Someone had a car driving by their house.
That sounds like a fucking siren of sorts.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Referees gaming. That's
Yeah.
lovely. I wish I could find
That's
more.
why there was a siren.
I wish I could find Usogui fan art somewhere. Like on fucking Twitter, I could never find it.
Like, hold on. I remember seeing something
Yeah,
on
Tom,
Pixel.
Mike.
You know what? I
Ken,
would have to go to
I can
Pixiv, because
find
that's where Pixiv is basically Japanese
Yeah.
DeviantArt.
There's a lot of,
Let's see. Let's look for that one
Is that-
picture of
Yaoi.
a lot.
fucking
Yaoi.
Oh, there's a fucking abysmal amount of that.
Abysmal
Yeah.
amount of what?
Just
Yaoi.
like
Oh,
yeah.
of course
it's
there
a
is.
lot of-
Listen, I brought this up a bit with Soichi, but like once we get through fucking creamers, holy shit, do things get a little fruity.
Abysmal's not the right word. Oh, there's an abysmal amount of literally everything on Pixel.
why is there a Kakoin and a Baku
Because they like eating fruit.
Yeah, or
that
something.
looks round and small
Yeah,
and can fit
Let's
in
see.
your mouth?
and you can balance on your tongue.
But let's see, where's that one fucking image of Soichi with that one horse girl?
I'm sorry, this Fukuro in this image looks
Oh, yeah,
like
I
a
did
fucking
send it.
gorilla. Look at him!
You're right.
I can't be the only one who saw this the first time I saw Fukuro. I can't be the only one. I refuse.
No, you're just racist. Oh, man, that one's pretty good.
No, that is cool.
That's racism.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
but
little
yeah,
gay.
yaoi.
That's a bit
Yeah,
fruity.
that's very
It-
pretty.
That's
Extremely pretty.
Bit fruity.
Oh well,
really-
it's just what they are.
Yeah, it's just what they. So this is the most high-stakes, intense game of drop the handkerchief you've ever seen in your fucking life. Everyone having near-death hallucinations and shit. Yaakov trying his damnedest to do CPR when his fucking right arm is broken and his left hand is shattered and necrotizing. And he just fought fucking Bai Long, like, literally the other day.
Why is this Usogui?
What
So
is-
she just about horse girls. It's fucking horse.
I guess there's like
Why?
something between
Maybe
the two
they
that-
have like the same name.
Oh, this is horrifying. This is awful. What the Christ?
Yeah,
I am now
some
being
reason-
dragged into an abyss deeper than I could ever imagine.
Yeah, for some reason there's a lot of art crossing over that one horse girl anime with Usogui.
For some reason.
I mean, it's cute and all, so it's fine existing. But why?
What would be another series that would be for a good Usogui crossover?
Apparently there's like some Baki and Usogui crossover.
Well, yeah,
Really?
not yeah, no, yeah. There's
Yeah, there's a fucking Uzui crossover.
I
I
can
must
send you that.
see this.
Yeah, hold on.
Um,
Actually, it's a list of an annual list. Let me grab the listing real quick.
That's great Yaakov art.
I have it here. This dangerous zone.
Yeah, Dangerous Zone.
Speaking of, I'm going to see Top Gun tomorrow, apparently.
Oh, have fun.
Yeah,
We
There's,
should
here's-
still be able to watch Lord of the Rings tomorrow.
here
Okay.
that is
Assuming that Griever's not busy tomorrow night.
the entire thing. There's, by the way, there's no. It says at the end there's like to be continued. There's no continuation.
Hello. Hello. Oh,
Hanma Karo and Hanma Yuji will bet on a match between Jack Hanma and Kasumirochi. The gamble is presided over by Yako Hikoichi.
Yeah.
Yo, how would...
okay, but
fucking
Jack
Kara
would win
do?
that, so whoever bet on Jack is making a good bet.
Let's see, I think that was probably Hanayama.
It was a tie, they say. Ooh.
An unfortunate situation. Fascinating. Well, anyway, I think this is the only match where it seems like Baku is actually gonna lose.
Yeah.
And then, because he decided to pick it on the 1st of the month, which seemed to be around the time Soichi tends to lose his memory, Soichi forgot how to win. Or rather, forgot how Baku was trying to win.
Yeah.
Oh,
forgot
me
to
when I
lose
just
second.
forget how to win.
Me when I forget leap second that arbitrarily happens every few years.
But this does result in the actual like end of surpassing the leader being between Baku and Hal rather than Baku and Soichi. And Baku wins through the leap second.
I love that. It's so bullshit.
How did he
That's
do
perfect.
this? Well, you
Fine.
see, he picked the
Bullshit.
time of the match. And if surpassing the leader is held on January 1st, and if it
Like
just
that,
so
Billy?
happens that this is a January 1st in which there's a leap second, and if we just so happen to have surpassing the leader be at like, I don't know, 8:12 in the morning, and if it just so happens to last until around 9 o'clock, and if Yaakov just so happens to pick a game like Drop the Handkerchief involving a near-death drug, well then I think I just might be able to win.
Good you like it, Never.
Ah,
What?
love it.
With you.
That is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's
I
great.
love it.
Like, God, this is what I'm laughing at.
Yeah.
I can't open that right now, otherwise it'll play on stream. So I'll check that out
Usogui is
later.
the only series. Usogui is the only manga where I can accept the leap second as something that actually happened.
Yeah,
Like-
this is the only series where just absurd nonsense can happen. And do you know what it is? I became progressively more okay with it, with the TL notes being like, yeah, here's all the foreshadowing, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
you have gotta be fucking kidding me. You
Like,
cannot
like-
be
it's like
fucking serious.
300 chapters beforehand. Oh yeah, this, remember that. It's like a
Yeah,
little...
like, I started
Yeah.
to like this sort of bullshit through playing Zero Escape,
Uh-huh.
and then Usogui hit. Perfect. Perfect
Just
concoction.
absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Because, like,
Insanity.
in Zero Escape, that like the fucking bullshit happens. Fuck, I can't remember any good examples off the top of my head. Like, there's a point where some guy's trying to defuse a bomb and decides to hop through like 6 different timelines for the code to disarm it,
Okay.
How fantastic.
But yeah,
and figures out the person who set them through little hidden scatter throughout all the timelines.
oh, is that a death parade thing? It's
Pardon?
like Usogui propose, but it's a death parade,
I think that's it.
Oh,
yeah.
nice. You know, I would be crucified by Griever and several other people if I said that Baku is a better schemer than Aizen, but
It's true.
He is.
If you gave Baku spiritual pressure and like a day of prep time, he beats Aizen.
Yeah.
Him and Urahara, two of the only characters capable of outsmarting Aizen. Oh, I guess
They make-
Soichi would be able to do it too.
These fuckers mixed up the green and blue ones. Shaking my head.
Shaking my head. They also mixed
also,
up the
yeah.
yellow. They kind of mixed up all the colors actually,
Oh yeah,
Except
yellow,
Kiara.
yeah.
and Lalo. Now of course, Hal dies is hard to stop. Oh, I love Yaakov delivering CPR is great because I think it's the second time Baku is forced to take the near-death drug that it seems like he's not gonna wake up, and Yaakov is extremely desperately trying to resuscitate him, and he resorts to just punching him in the chest with full force. Which wakes Baku up, but obviously if Yaakov punches you in the chest, he's gonna break your fucking ribs. And he does. And Baku's like, oh my god, this fucking hurts so much, holy shit. It's like, hey, better than being dead. Listen, you should prepare for this too, leader. Your ribs may break, but your lives won't. And he gives him this fucking shit-eating grin with his demon eyes.
It's perfect.
Gotta love Yaakov. He's the man.
The best man.
Now, of course,
Best
this
referee.
the way the game works means that Soichi dies, his heart stops. But that's what Marco and Kaji are here for. That's why they're going along there, because they've brought like a fucking medkit to resuscitate him. So ultimately, Soichi doesn't die, which is obviously what Baku wanted, because he wants to save his friend Hal, and he needs allies. I really like the narration for when they're in the hospital and meeting back up with Soichi. Well, it's like why do
very good.
we Kakuro refs follow him? Because he is the only man that can show us what we want to see. And they want to see Soichi be alive because even though he's like their leader and stuff, you know, a lot of it's the old timer ones like Yako and Noah. You know, they were friends with Tatsuki. They've known Soichi ever since he was a little kid. They care about him, obviously. So they want to see him be alive. And Baku is the only guy, I guess, who could have a death match against Soichi, win, and have him still be alive after it.
Yeah, gets the death match, doesn't die. What the fuck? Oh,
It's really that simple. Just don't die.
So what
Now-
else? The epilogue?
Epilogue. Do we
Yeah,
just consider
epilogue.
this part of surpassing the leader, or
Sure, let's do that.
is
That's
it
what I was to say.
actually? Yeah, on the wiki, it's part of
no.
surpassing the leader.
Mm.
Whatever, I'll change it to epilogue. No, I don't want to open office. Go fuck yourself.
Fuck off.
Oh, my epilogue. The last, what is it, like 7 chapters?
Yeah,
9,
7, 8
I still-
chapters.
So, what is Baku's real motivation? Well,
That's
there are a
not
bunch of big evil criminal groups being controlled by Ideal. Now that Lalo's dead, and part of him dying, he was like, yeah, whoever kills me can have access to all of Ideal. Baku should theoretically be able to control them, or at least know who they all are. He wants to get rid of them, but also he
I
needs
don't
allies.
want it to control the groups.
Right,
I don't want to. They don't control them by the end of Usogui.
right,
They're just separate,
right.
all under the Vice Fund.
Right, the vice funds. The guys who make shitloads of money off of crime and just kind of being shitty people.
And
Or
also the
causing bad
Ukrainian
stuff to
war.
happen. And war. I fucking love war.
War. But
Yeah, war.
War is a
War.
business.
Back. War. I love war.
war.
I
Oh no, that's the wrong guy. That's the mayor.
It's our cool, Jack.
Major. That's
Kids are cruel, Jack. And I love
I
minors.
love minors.
okay. That's going in the clip. Just I love minus.
I mean, it's great from
Oh,
that
you
fucking
can clip that.
Maxer video. Kids are cruel, Jack. And I love minors.
Minors.
Yeah.
DMC about to skyrocket, just like the good old days. I
After 9/11. The reason Baku wants allies is because he needs to defeat this guy called Gonen that just looks like Baku 30 years in the future.
Yo, that's a very wacky
It's
prank.
like you know
Mhm.
how Oda makes like bad timeline characters, like how they look in the future.
Mhm.
That is this.
Yeah,
It's like
Yo.
30, it's like Baku at 50, but it's the bad timeline.
right.
Yo, Misccast, Gonen gives me a very funny idea.
What?
After Ethiopian, so you gotta like introduce a guy who looks just like Jason,
Uh-huh.
but 40 years older, and do
Right.
nothing with him.
Just never do anything with him because you're not doing a
Yeah.
sequel, apparently.
Just have that guy exist.
So,
Okay, no, that,
Secret system.
Gonen beat Baku in a gamble years ago. Like, actually beat him, apparently. Which should mean that
Yeah.
he is the smartest man on the planet. He is a fucking god.
I believe it.
And as part of the gamble, they did a heart transplant, and Gonen had a bad heart. So for the entire fucking series, Baku has had a bad heart that he's been eating the Karayume as treatment for. And it's why he gets exhausted so easily, and probably why he gets the nosebleeds and shit.
incredible reveal.
Do
So
you think
stupid.
it's
Magnificent.
possible
It is
you could have
stupid,
been correct,
but I don't mind it.
physically, if you had a good heart?
I think he would probably just not get exhausted as easily.
Mm.
So he needs his friends and Soichi and Kakuro to be able to defeat Gonen and the Vice Funds. You know, the Vices. That's ultimately what it was for. And the end of the series is pretty much the, oh, we're going off on the next big adventure ending. Which
Yes.
I like as an ending, because I tend to find endings that are just endings to be a bit bittersweet, which is not bad, because
Mm.
they can be really
I
well written.
love bittersweet ones.
Yeah,
I do
bittersweet
like-
endings are the best.
bittersweet endings can be really good. I don't know if they necessarily make me feel good, but I'm like, damn, that's really good. But
Next adventures ones can also be bittersweet.
that's true.
Yeah.
I think this is a situation where it's just like, I'm very happy that these guys are still like hanging out doing the same stuff together.
Like whenever like
Yeah.
a series has like a proper wrapping everything up, I don't feel like that usually tends to go too well.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it makes sense. Like, what would Usogui do after becoming the leader anyway? He needs something to do. I assume he's
Yeah.
still the leader.
Yeah, he's the shadow leader.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
Suichi,
Ichi
they're
still gets to hang
relatively.
out with Kakuro and do shit, but Baku's the one
Yeah.
that actually tells them what to do.
Yes, they work together essentially.
I was so worried when I started the last chapter when we see like Kaji looking fucking unkempt and being a fucking janitor and Marco having to fight people in alleyways. I'm like, oh no, don't tell me we fucking lost it all. But no,
Like,
it's
yeah,
all
chapter
just part of the
before that,
infiltration.
with
Yeah, life
Baku's
looks like a
heart
gamble
seizing
that
up,
no one can win.
and then the gamble, like Baku's heart seizing up, and the narrator saying, "Oh, your life's just like a gamble that no one can win. In the end, everyone ends up dying. In the end, everyone ends up losing." Like, have that combined with Baku fucking falling over, and then the next chapter starting with homeless Kaji and fight pit Marco. Very worrying.
Incredibly. And then
Very
Soichi's in
yes.
charge of Kakuro again. I'm like, fuck off, don't tell me everything was for nothing. It's not. Which is great.
It's not.
But yeah, that's Usogui. What a fucking tremendous series.
That's yes.
Definitely
Yeah.
top 3. Like, objectively top 3 series I've read.
Objectively, no.
Shut up, fine, I don't
Objectively.
care.
That's how this works.
I
Okay?
don't care about how the word works. I'm talking about in terms of the writing quality, the characters, the art, the
It doesn't
themes.
Fine, you're getting
Anyway.
pushed down the stairs relatively soon.
Yeah,
they,
I
You
mean-
are
I mean, all-
objectively gonna be pushed down the stairs somewhat
Yeah,
soon.
that's
That's
fine.
true.
Fine, your nose is going to get flicked off.
Yeah. Right,
Dude.
there is 4 of us in this VC. That's basically like a car. We need to fight each other right now.
Immediately.
Except we all team up on Fine.
Right.
Yes.
Fine. You can have it.
Yeah. Ah. Raw eggs in your area. Click here. Disgusting. I do find it funny how excited Manabe would get whenever eggs came up.
Chew. Oh wait. Chew.
He's the
It's the
a sweet
Duang.
little fella.
Look, it's Duang scans and they made chew. Wow.
Chew,
Wow.
chew. Oh, I love the chewing. Though it looks like he's
Chew.
eating a hard-boiled egg.
It didn't
I guess
have
Manabe just
his...
likes eggs in general, but he loves them half-grown.
Well,
What a
like, thing is, like,
disgusting
not
degenerate.
everywhere's gonna have that specific kind.
Right, I would assume they're very rare considering I had never heard of them until reading Tower. Well, anyway, I think that makes for a pretty solid stream discussion on Usogui. We're over 4.5 hours in.
Yes.
I'm gonna be eating dinner momentarily. So,
enjoy.
yeah. Thank you all for joining in. People in VC, I appreciate your being here. I appreciate your input. Thank you to everyone who is watching the stream. I hope you enjoyed. Until next time, I'll see you guys around. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Adios.
Hoo-ha.
Hoo-ha.
Yeah.